fluctuating like crypto. So my
fluctuating like crypto, right?
question is today, what is the going rate today for human life? I mean, 2014 was a great year for Ben Shapiro.
All right, looks like we're live. What's going on, everybody? Bend over, what's up?
Do they have an interview at any point in this, or is it all like just the guy moving hard? Oh, hi, what's up?
Hey, did you watch the Cenk Uygur interview?
Yeah, I sure did. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, so I wanted to talk to you about it. I noticed a bit of, like, maybe hypocrisy in his arguments. So he basically said he's against the bombing, right? So he's against Israelis bombing military targets because civilians are in the area.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, he said he is in favor of Israel, defending themselves and trying to attack Hamas. And he proposed a strategy, because he's an expert military strategist, that they bring in their special forces, whatever the fuck that means. And he recognized there'd still be civilian casualties. So you have a line to Cenk, do you not?
Not that much, no. Okay. I've talked to him one time on stream before, but...
Okay, that's unfortunate. Like, I was wondering if you'd be able to, like, contact him for a debate or something, because I'm just really curious what amount of deaths he finds acceptable, because clearly he does find a certain amount of deaths acceptable, because he proposed a strategy that he would like to see, where Israeli special forces come in with their special forces tactics, and target Hamas, but he still recognized there would be.
I think the overall point he's making is he feels like Israel strikes too indiscriminately into Gaza territory, and the civilian casualties could be minimized if the operations were more targeted or done with special forces instead, is what his overall point is.
Yeah, if you actually look at the projections, there are at least estimates where projected civilian casualties would be greater with a ground invasion versus bombing. There's a variety.
Yeah, that would be a point to bring up. I've heard that as well.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a variety of reasons for that. One of the reasons is it's expected Hamas would encourage civilians to stay there to make it more difficult for the IDF. Because they're known to use human shields. They also use chemical weapons, so they're probably going to make like homemade mustard gas or bleach bombs, stuff like that. That's obviously going to kill civilians. IEDs, mines, those also kill civilians, and obviously just unintended, civilians getting shot because, somebody sees something move and they think it's like an enemy target. And
yeah, I got the point. I got the point. Okay, so what's what's the point or whatever?
Well, I was just wondering if you disagreed with any of that, because, like, again, it's weird how he went on and on about how the bombing is horrible and it shouldn't be done, but then he recommended a ground invasion. But there's more projected civilian casualties.
Clear, he didn't recommend the ground invasion. He recommended like special forces, like targeted operations.
Like, what the fuck does that? Like, there's.
I don't know. You have to argue with him about it, but I think that's his point. I think his point is understandable, right?
No, I don't think it's understandable at all.
Wait, you don't understand at all, like what the point he was trying to make was?
Well, I kind of understand the point, but it's just, like, so remarkably ignorant. Like, what the fuck does he mean by special forces? Like, how is that different than a ground invasion? Like, is he saying that there should be a limited amount of, like, people with a ground invasion? Like, what does that mean?
He's saying that a full-on ground invasion with shooting and killing everything or blowing everything up is not good, but special forces should go in and, like, specially target, like, military operations and do things to destroy them or something, right?
That's a ground invasion. You're just saying there should be certain troops in the ground invasion.
Well, but special forces implies like more targeted, limited operations rather than a full scale like military.
I don't know how that implies a more targeted operation, and I like, again, there's going to be civilians mixed in with Hamas.
Wait, how do you mean you don't understand how it implies a more targeted invasion?
How, like, you're just talking about a certain type of, like, unit. or units.
Yeah, but the types of units I think tend to specialize in smaller scale invasions, not like we're gonna go invade a whole city as special forces. Like in general, like the
I don't
scope of the missions
know.
tends to be much narrower. No.
I don't know how that implies that.
Okay, I might just have no idea what special forces are, so maybe I'm misunderstanding. I don't know.
Like I mean, the regular military can do the same thing that Delta can do. It's just that Delta might be able to do it better, or they might have like special training when it comes to breaching or something like that.
I've never
But
heard that in
like,
my entire life. I don't. We have a disagreement of fact right now, and I don't know what the actual answer is. But my understanding is the regular military could not do the same thing as like what a special forces team could do. They might work alongside them for a certain thing, but like for instance, when it comes to like killing like Bin Laden in Pakistan, like getting in and out without being detected by Pakistani the ISI, I forget what they're called or whatever, and being able to execute that mission as quickly as they did and everything. Like that was like a mission for like the special forces. I don't know if like just the army could have people that could go in and do that.
well, the point I'm making is like he's talking about just taking out Hamas. The regular
Yeah, I
army
know.
would do the same exact thing.
Okay. I'm not here to defend Jenk's point. I don't know if you don't understand. Like his point was that like we could send in like I'm going to exaggerate a lot. On one end, we could send in, like an army to go blow things up. And on the other end, we could send in like Assassin's Creed to go and like, kill just like the bad guys and then get out basically. Right.
Okay, if that's what he was trying to say by the special forces claim, that's like full on retarded to me.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's basically what I think that was the argument he was making. Yeah.
Again, it doesn't make any sense because Hamas uses people as human shields. They're going to tell people to just stay there. There's going to be tons of IEDs, gas bombs being used, shit like that.
Sure, I
And
understand, but
it's
that's
just
the
going
argument
to-
for like, let's say that there are human shields being used in some building that Hamas is operating out of. Like a military approach to that might just be bombing the building, but like special forces soldiers could like sneak into the building, secure civilians, and then kill bad guys while minimizing civilian casualties in a more precise way.
They're just going to get blown up.
Scale.
Yeah, they're just going to get blown
Sure,
up.
that might happen, but I'm not arguing what would happen. I'm just saying that was Jenk's idea or argument. That was his idea.
Okay, well, I'm just saying it's stupid.
Okay.
Well, like again, if Hamas has is using human shields, they're just going to blow up the building to kill whatever Israeli special forces there are. They don't give a fuck. They'll kill innocent civilians. So the idea that special forces could come in, somehow magically defuse bombs, save all the civilians, and then get the prettiest girl in the movie at the end. It's just fantasy. So
Sure, I agree, but I'm not. I'm not here to. I can't. That's not my argument. I think it's dumb too. Yeah. But,
okay. I was just wondering if you agreed at all with his take, and I just wanted to talk to you about it. Like if you ever talk to Jank again and he's down to debate these issues, I'd be more than happy to debate him.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
All right. Well, take care, man.
Yep. Bye.
All right. Well, take care, man.
Yep.
Dream Station, $22 I'm working. My second job tonight. There's a lot of downtime sometimes, so thank you for streaming so I'm not bored out of my mind. Well, that's good to hear that you can check out my streams while working. Hope you have fun while you work. But appreciate the donation, dude. Was worried I wasn't going to stream tonight. Well, I'm a little late because I was having dinner with Turkey Tom. Oh boy, what to even fucking watch? I have no fucking clue, dude. Why do so many right-wingers and white nationalists support Israel? That's a good question, because you could ask the other way, like, why do so many left-wingers and, tankies fucking support terrorist groups? like Hamas.
A clip from Barnaby Rain last week, and it was immensely important context into what we're seeing in Gaza right now. And this is another clip of his 2 days after the Hamas attack on October 7th, speaking about what he calls a moral panic about anti-Semitism. Now, he goes on to say,
see, Darth Putin donated $2. Jewish students at Cooper Union are in the library as protesters pound on the door. What the fuck? Are they just chanting "Free Palestine"? Where are the school shooters when you need them? Like, they choose, you know, like stupid days to show up where nothing's happening. Why don't the school shooters show up when the pro-Palestine protests are going on at these universities? It's a shame. Well, thanks for the donation, Darth Putin. I am eating some fried chicken. Vegan fried chicken, of course. And I've got some gravy with it.
Terabop car chat. BTW respond to this post.
I don't know what that means. I don't speak Spanish, but I can reply to
An
this.
unprovoked attack. They would make you feel.
Wait, let me...
Attack.
Where's the West Bank? Okay, I don't know if that map is accurate, but... Look, it was an unprovoked attack. So, Israel's land policies when it comes to Palestine are terrible. That's the easiest critique you can possibly make of them. But the idea that that justifies murdering, torturing, and raping innocent people, including children, like, give me a fucking break.
Would make you feel that it was.
By the way, there's also a reason why this, like, ethnic cleansing thing has been happening. Palestinians have, like, genocidal ideas when it comes to Jews. There's a reason why Gaza exists. There's a reason why these people are separated. It's because they fucking hate each other, and so many Palestinians will deny the Holocaust and then say Jews should all be holocausted. Like, there are people who unironically will say, it's too bad Hitler, you know, didn't go through with the Holocaust and actually kill any of those Jews. Like, we should actually finish the job. So why do you think these people are getting separated?
Revoked.
Babies. Their heads cut off.
They're gonna circulate misinformation so that the whole world believes it.
It's pretty clear that there were children that were beheaded. I don't even understand why that is like a material issue. Like, we know now that they lit a mother and child on fire while they were alive. They killed a mother and child by torturing them to death. Like why is it such a fucking issue that they bring up that, oh, Hamas didn't behead anybody, Hamas didn't behead any children? It's like, I don't know why that really particularly matters, and it's pretty clear that they did at least cause one beheading.
Pictures of terrorists beheading children.
This morning, CNN reported that Israel cannot confirm the specific claim that babies were beheaded.
She claims Israeli children kidnapped and kept in cages. We found the original video was in fact published a few days before the Hamas attack.
They're gonna play the victim.
So, right. Oh my god, this is by John Venus. Okay, you know what? Somebody please do the world a favor and just put him away. We don't need John Venus anymore. It's gotten to a point where this guy needs to go. So John is claiming, oh, the Israeli government's putting out so much misinformation. First of all, the baby beheading claim wasn't a claim made by the IDF. The children being put in cages, that also was not a claim being made by the IDF. That was just misinformation that was circulating on social media. Third, we do know that Hamas has deliberately lied. They lied about the hospital bombing, for instance. They've lied about the amount of children that are being killed in the fucking bombings. They've lied about the total amount of fucking casualties. So we have direct lies from Hamas, and nobody says, oh, they're playing a game of misinformation. But when people on social media make up lies or they spread some misinformation, they blame the IDF, who haven't even made these fucking claims, and then claim the IDF is spreading misinformation. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, fuck John Venus, dude. He's a piece of shit. I hope he fucking just burns to death. Bootycum donated $2. Also, there is 2 Piers vids. They get really bad, like, what the fuck? Go to 39... this vid for comedy. All right, let me see.
Tommy Robinson is back with another video update challenging the pro-Palestine narrative, the anti-Israel side, who've been going around talking nonsense and coming up with fake news about...
Frank Tufano donated $2. This is something to watch.
So I've been trying to figure...
Oh my god. Okay, well, a new Frank vid where he dresses like a retard. All right, we'll watch that. Thanks for that donation, Frank Tufano.
You on the one hand, it didn't happen. But even if it did, they deserved it.
Yeah, that's basically what Palestinians say about the Holocaust. Thanks for the donation though, Turbo Blackpill.
Best advice for improving forearm size and grip strength? I've been training for strength in the gym recently, hit 200 kilograms deadlift with no straps but got skinny forearms, want to get into grappling/BJJ also, any advice would be appreciated. Typha Stream Bro.
So, doing forearm curl variations are going to be your bread and butter. So, standing forearm curls where you get a barbell and then do, wrist curls. Those are really good. Seated forearm curls, either with a dumbbell or a barbell, those are also really good. And you're also going to want to use grip trainers. So, I'd recommend the Captains of Crush grip trainers. You can use both the Zenith grippers and the Captains of Crush grippers. I think using both is good because the Zenith grippers are smooth, so they don't fuck up your hands. So after like a really, big like back workout, you can do some extra grip training and forearm training without fucking up your hands. And then on days where you're not doing any kind of heavy lifting like deadlifts or rows and your hands are fine, you can use the Captains of Crush. I think I got some pretty good, juicy forearms from doing that. Thanks for the nation, Salnoobmin. Hope that helps.
Watch the first minute of this.
All right, sure. Let me take a
Gigi
look.
Graciette with our Fox 11 LA team is joining us now live to break down the latest. Gigi, thank you so much for taking the time to be here. A very bizarre and interesting story for sure.
Certainly, Josh. Good morning. Good morning, everyone from Studio City, California. This is near Los Angeles, and certainly some terrifying moments for a family at 5:24 this morning Pacific time. That's when they called 911 to report they were hiding in a room with their 4 children and that a man had just broken in. And moments later, they told police he had threatened to kill them because they're Jewish.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
And that was the scene as we arrived this morning. The suspect yelling out a lot of...
Yes, I'm sure attacking that random Jewish family will help free Palestine. You know, he must be playing 4D chess. Thanks for the donation, though, Darth Putin.
Those students are Jews that were locked in a safe room in a university to be protected from a crazy mob of pro-Palestine students. If you were one of the Jews, would you fight the entire mob? Most of them must be frail far lefties. I would pay to watch it.
Oh yeah, I'd beat the shit out of all of them. Like, they're stupid, dumb, twink, pussy, lefty dipshits. I'd beat the shit out of all of them. Thanks for the donation, though. Please, God, make me black. Trump and King donated $2.
Donald Trump, just last week, he confirmed to the National Review that he is again considering a run in 2016.
Do it. Do it. Look at me. Do it. I will personally write you a campaign check now on behalf of this country, which does not want you to be president, but which badly wants you to run.
Which Republican candidate has the best chance of winning the general election?
Of the declared ones, right now, Donald Trump.
Your video on Islam was based and red-pilled. It's a shame you can't post vids like that on YouTube anymore. I miss when YouTube wasn't run by far-left limp dick pussies. Fuck Islam.
Yeah, it's too bad. I have to, be pretty careful with some of the political takes, but thanks for the donation, Ballsack.
President in the history of the United States! Exclamation point. At real Donald Trump. Well, at real Donald Trump. At least I will go down as a president.
Nationally, 12 points, 50-38, four-way race.
Clinton leading in Florida. Clinton leading in North Carolina. Clinton leading in...
It's pretty funny. A lot of people didn't think he'd have a chance.
Well, fake historic news. So in this video, which I'm going to show you now, Tommy also mentions a couple of interesting points, which is obviously the reality of why the Islamic side hate the Jews, but also some useful idiots and liberals in the West, including some Jews in the West, who've always been betraying the Israeli side, the actual nation of Jewish people. Let's go to Tommy.
Done my run. Now I'm going to the gym. All right? And, do you know, for all you morons who think this is to do with Israel and not to do with jihad, and that if Israel wasn't there, there'd be no Jew hatred, I've been going through and putting together the scripture, Islamic scripture, you know, what Muhammad calls for. And by the end of this week, I'm going to piece together a monologue so that every one of you fucking morons understand why they hate the Jews. Yeah? It's all there. And you see you apologists within the Jewish community who have sold your own community down the river. Okay? You're feeding the crocodile hoping it's not going to fucking eat you. Well, here it is. Here it is, and it's hundreds of thousands ready to eat you. You played your part. Yeah? You played your part by demonising the people who are trying to warn this country for the last 15 years of where we're going. I see Nigel Farage currently sitting there saying, oh, this country's in trouble. Well, it's in trouble, Nigel, because you decided to call us far-right racist tattooed fucks.
React to this.
Let me see, Dodo.
Israel does not have a right to defend an occupation, and that's what it's been doing.
Oh, God. Here we go. So... right, I guess Jews are just supposed to, like, let themselves get holocausted.
I thought this was a parody account at first. It's not. Lol.
Problem solved, you're welcome. How to stop Hamas. Atomic bomb, sexy goat, trigger. That's the real Donald Trump Jr. Holy shit, dude. Well, there's a reason why these people aren't taken seriously. Thanks for that donation, though, Darth Putin. Homix Digang donated $2. Genetic Beast wants to debate you. React to these parts 2015, 27, 13, 1303.
Bro,
Let's see. 2015.
Gains, vegan, smart aleck. You want to debate me, bro? I will chew you up and spit you out.
Philosophy, they should revoke it because you are provably, certifiably a fucking moron. Position.
Man, we should see the teeth one too. That's a good one. I like the teeth one. I didn't really see the teeth.
27, 13.
Yes, my fucking shoulders are bigger than your fucking head.
That's because you're cheating, vegan gains. I believe you're cheating. You're doing something because you did mention these oysters. Why doesn't he eat those? Okay, maybe you're eating those. You understand me? I don't know what you're doing, but you're doing something on the side to sustain you, but it won't sustain you for much longer. You are falling apart and getting injuries. That I know for sure. You are disintegrating, diminishing slowly. You know what? Blaha can beat you up because you're weak. That's right, because you're a vegan diet. Well, then again, he's vegan too. Shit, all you vegans would be beat up by carnivores, man, because they're.
This guy is like an actual wacko, dude. 1303.
How can an idiot like this call another person an idiot that is doing what is natural to them? But this idiot, he's doing things that are unnatural. Do you understand me? Who's more of an idiot? Vegan Gains or the guy that they're talking about? Vegan Gains is doing everything unnatural to his body. Going to gym, fucking exercising like a fucking maniac, destroying himself, eating plants and destroying himself even faster, knowing that there's poison, toxins, and oxalates and sugar in there. Wow, that's a healthy diet, eating shitloads of sugar and toxins and oxalates and circulating through my blood faster, better than the last time. And
where did he get the idea that I'm eating tons of sugar?
Getting these injuries, falling apart, going to the dentist, providing services to all these people so they could leech off of you. Your
going to the dentist is for an idiot. Okay.
Your misery. So who's more stupid? The smart guy that is following his natural instincts, which you are born with, not knowledge, and this guy who will not follow his instincts, but wants to use reasoning, human reasoning and stuff, and whatever else the fuck he's talking about.
I don't even understand like what he means by some of the like it sounded like he was saying exercise is bad for you. Just like spherage. It's really weird. Thanks for that donation though. Homie X de Gang. Or Homicide Gang. That's what it, with the X. Israel donated $2. Fuck Islam. I agree. Fuck Islam. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Yabba jibba yabba jabba oinky daily does of Palestinian hating Israel fellating gains gives oinky the recent hot topic about the ongoing crisis once again while denying the fact that all the fermenting discontent will obviously lead to World War III. Fuck me be.
Well, thanks for the donation, Cosby Politan. Appreciate that.
Ironically, all these attacks on Jews in Western countries, and the pro-Hamas protests only prove the fact that a Jewish state is still needed. If I was a Jew and 100k people in London were at a pro-Hamas rally, I would seriously consider going to Israel.
Yeah, it does prove that there needs to be a two-state solution, I'd say, at least for the time being. But again, these people who are pro-Palestine aren't arguing for a two-state solution. They're arguing to, like, literally get rid of the state of Israel. Thanks for the donation, though, Queen.
Why do all these liberals defend Hamas? I thought they were against Nazism and fighting for progress.
Well, if the Nazis are brown-skinned and they're not technically Nazis, but they're terrorists, then the left-wing, liberals will defend them. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Because we were trying our fucking hardest to warn this country.
These are the vids also. The last one go to 039 now.
Alright, let me take a look, Booty Cam.
Welcome back to Baseball Nonsense. I'm joined by my pack.
Fuck Hinduism. Fuck Judaism. Fuck Christianity. Fuck Sikhism. Fuck em all.
Anybody.
I would agree. Thanks for the donation, dude.
As a woman, as a person with agency, simply because they have an idea about what my faith is about. Excuse me, Islam to me is the most feminist religion, right? We got...
Right, so it's okay to rape your wife. Women are considered half that of a man.
It seems like that atheist, Scientologist, and pagans know more about the Quran and Bible than the brainwash followers that claims to follow them, lol.
That's not exactly what's going on. You see, Muslims lie to support their religious beliefs. So if they know that one of their religious beliefs is unpopular, so like the murder of apostates, for instance, they'll just lie and tell everybody, oh no, Islam doesn't tell you to murder apostates. But then once they sucker you into their religion, they'll try to radicalize you and make you believe that killing apostates is a good thing. So... same thing here. You have a Muslim lying fucking idiot saying, oh, Islam is so pro-feminist. Oh, women have so many rights in Islam. That's why we have a completely different dress code. If we don't dress the way men want, we get fucking murdered. That's why we have less rights than men. That's why in a courtroom, a woman's word is worth half that of a man. That's why a man has a right to rape his fucking wife. That's why men are allowed to keep sex slaves and concubines in Islam. That's why young girls have no right to who they fucking marry, and they can literally be sold as child brides. Yeah, Islam is such a feminist religion. It's the most feminist religion, actually. Fucking retarded. Thanks for the nation, though, Dutchie. Bootycum, don't tell us this one at 39.
Anybody.
Yeah, we already reacted to that. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum. That clip was actually in my Islam video from a few years ago.
Of the problems of jihad and Islam. You lot, whether it be the mainstream Jewish organisations or their mainstream media, were selling out your own people through cowardice. Through absolute cowardice. You need to be strong, brave and fearless in the face of Islam and jihad.
Here's the thing. I don't like Tommy Robinson. He is racist. What he is right about, though, is there is a problem with radical Islam and jihadists. So, Muhammad Hijab is a good example of this. He'll try to present himself as a moderate. Oh, he just wants to save people and make them go to heaven. This and that. And then when you really get down to it and start asking him difficult questions, he'll admit he wants to kill apostates.
Hamas will martyr their children cause they couldn't possibly be fucked to stop firing rockets at a country with 1000x the capability. Arab countries don't give a fuck at all. Blow up their stupid black cube though and they'll all jump in and then get crushed.
Well, they've literally stated that they love death more than, anybody else loves life. So they're like to them, they think they're gonna get like, 80-something virgins in heaven if they get killed fighting for Islam. So they don't care if they die. They don't care if they get other people killed. They believe they're doing something good by doing that. Thanks for the donation, though, Joe Biden. So yeah, he's right about the issue with radical Islam, and people really didn't take it seriously, and I don't think they still are. But yeah, there are crazy, wacko jihadis that are supporting Hamas, that are supporting killing apostates, killing non-believers, killing Jews, and nobody's really, taking it seriously until maybe now, where you're starting to see that more.
You cannot appease it. Have you not fucking read history? Do you not understand there is no negotiating with this mindset? There's only one thing they understand. That's force, and that's strength, and that's...
Queen donated $2 based video. Let me see.
ماشینش به به زن زندگی آزادی مرگ بر دیکتاتور
Based.
آخون بارو گم شو آخون بارو گم شو آخون بارو گم شو
Based. Yeah, it's pretty dope, dude. I'm glad about the social change that's happening in Iran. Hopefully, the Iranian regime just gets toppled soon.
All of these years, Israel is not defending itself. It is defending its colonial project.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck she means by that. Every single Islamic state that has existed was, brought about by colonialism.
Bad news, VG, the world is ending.
Let me take a look, Dodo.
In this bonus episode, let me warn you and apologize in advance. We're going to scare the shit out of you. But because this isn't about Halloween and this isn't political demagoguing, this is real. It's real numbers, and it isn't about the everyday politics and Trump stuff. But the numbers we're about to show you are super scary. But you need to know them. You need to know them. Otherwise, we're not going to take the action we need to take. Okay, having given you that prelude, here we go.
An alarming new scientific study suggests that the collapse of the West Antarctic ice sheet may be unavoidable at this point, regardless of anything we do in response to climate change. Now, as you all know, we're not even doing enough to deal with climate change. But even if we were hitting our goals in cutting CO2 emissions, it is unlikely, according to this study, to really impact what's happening with the West Antarctic ice sheet. So the study was published just this week in the journal Nature Climate Change. And if the authors are in fact right, the consequences will be absolutely devastating, especially in coastal parts of the country, including in New Orleans and also in Florida. South Florida would basically be underwater. Now, the West Antarctic ice sheet near the southern tip of South America is considered to be one of the most important potential contributors to sea level rise because of climate change, right? So the ice melts and that increases the level of the water. Now, the new study suggests that changes to ocean circulation caused by global warming allow more warm water to eat away at the ice shelves in the Amundsen, I can never say this right. The Amundsen Sea, accelerating melting. The ice shelves buttress glaciers with the West Antarctic ice sheet. Those glaciers would likely see irreversible retreat, collapsing the ice sheet, the study says. Now, how exactly did the researchers come to this conclusion? Well, they looked at something known as basal melting, and that's when warm ocean currents melt the ice from beneath, And then they analyzed the rate of ocean warming and ice shelf melting under different climate change scenarios. Now, they found that if the world limits temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is not on track to do, okay, we're not on track to do that, climate change could still cause the ocean to warm at 3 times the historical rate. Even significantly cutting planet heating pollution now will have limited power to prevent warmer oceans from triggering the collapse of the West Antarctic ice sheet, the report found. And so Caitlin Naughton, who is an ocean modeler, she doesn't model like near the ocean, like she looks at the ocean and what's currently transpiring with it. With the British, I'm trying to make this a little less devastating than it really is. So she's with the British Antarctic Survey, and she's also the lead author of this new study. Here's what she says about their findings. It appears we may have lost control of the West Antarctic ice shelf melting over the 21st century. I really want to stop having to say West Antarctic to adapt to, and that very likely means some amount of sea level rise we cannot avoid. Coastal communities will either have to build around or be abandoned. And based on what the study says, it sounds like they're just gonna have to abandon it, especially low levels of sea ice. And here's more on that.
That growth of that sea ice is so massive, it doubles the size of the continent every single year. But the problem is that this year and last year to a similar extent, that ice has not been growing nearly as quickly. I want to put up this other chart here. This shows the traditional, that line at the top is what normal growth of the sea ice is. That red line below is where we are now. It is a marked difference. That is roughly the size of Alaska that is missing ice now in the Southern Ocean.
That's pretty terrifying. Rouge, Louisiana.
So 10 feet sea level rise. Metro Miami, South Florida. Oh, thank fuck. Well, maybe this is a good thing if Miami goes away. I don't know, that doesn't sound too bad to me. I'm just gonna go grab a drink. I will be right back. Yeah. Jasmine, I feel sick and tired. Me too.
Maybe we could be sick and tired in bed together.
Streaming though.
Your shorts?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Thing is annoying.
What's annoying?
This thing.
How long do you have to wear that?
2 weeks.
I think they gave me that thing. And then I couldn't do it and I returned it.
Yeah, I know.
Like after literally an hour.
Yeah, I know.
I was like, yeah, I'm not doing this. I'll just die.
I think I'll do it for like a week at most.
Ugh. I don't have any socks and it's cold. Let's see. Vegan Han donated $2. Let me check out that link.
Let's make one thing clear. Israel has a right to exist and to defend itself. That is an indisputable fact. But so do Palestinians. And that's a fact that's often ignored. Palestinians are, at best, third-class citizens in the nation of their birth. The idea that it's even remotely controversial to call what Israel has imposed on Palestinians a form of apartheid is laughable. One look at a current map of Israel, Gaza, and the occupied territories conjures up only one other example: apartheid-era South Africa. The Israeli government, on an ongoing basis, declares parcels of land on which Palestinians live to be either of military or archaeological importance, causing residents to be evicted. Sometimes there's a court case, and almost always the Palestinians lose. Yet months or weeks later, that same important land suddenly becomes home to a brand new Israeli settlement. As more and more Jewish settlers take over land on which Arabs live.
So it has nothing to do with Gaza, but again, I think Israel, the easiest, thing you could criticize of Israel is the illegal settlements.
The occupied West Bank becomes de facto more Israeli, and in the Israel refused permits to build or renovate Gaza, supported by the majority.
Yeah, I don't know why you want me to watch that video, but I agree with that.
Ignore this malarkey. I will create a massive network of underwater sea bores that will make the ocean floor way deeper and the sea level rise will decrease. We got it all figured out, Jack. We also gonna cure cancer, my nigga, I mean corn pop dopalopolis.
Alright, that sounds good. Sounds like you have a plan, Joe Biden. Thanks for the donation. Brian Gaines, $20. Brian Turner just made a video on anti-vegans and he talked about Sverige and baldfuck Bobby. Bobby uses Photoshop to sharpen and edit vegan YouTubers' faces to make them look like they're deteriorating. Pathetic. Let me take a look.
As he's reviewing one of my old full-day meetings.
Brian Turner is the guy that tells us
different photos of my face throughout the years that I've been on YouTube, and I'm assuming his point is that my face has gotten worse, but honestly, as I'm looking at all these photos, they look exactly the same. Am I seeing something different than you guys? Let me know. All right, now we're moving on to a guy who has made tons of different hate videos about me. This guy's name is Bobby's Perspective. Definitely a very problematic person. When you talk about toxic masculinity, this is the guy who shows up in the dictionary for it. All right, let's take a look at a couple things he said as he's reviewing one of my old full-day meetings.
Brian Turner is the guy that tells us through a vegan diet he got rid of his acne, but you can still see that his skin is in a bad condition.
One of the quickest ways for me to lose respect for someone instantly is when they attack other people's appearances. So it's funny because he's talking about my acne, which I don't even have in the video, so I don't really know what his point here is, but
the ice walls are actually there to prevent us from proving the Earth is flat. The government have put the ice walls there back in 1947. Before that there was no such thing as Antarctica.
I didn't know that. Thanks for all that very true information. Appreciate the donation, Flat Earth for Life.
Unfortunately, I recently developed quad tendonitis. I think I was squatting too heavy too often. About every 4 days for around a month. Any advice on treatment and how I should structure my training going forwards?
Best way to treat tendonitis is to not do anything that aggravates the tendon, so you might want to take about 2 months off of any leg training at all, if you can help it. So just don't do any leg training. 0. Again, you need to get the inflammation out of the tendon, and the best way to do that is to not do anything that could possibly aggravate it. So that would be my advice, but it is up to you at the end of the day how you want to handle things, but I would recommend not doing anything that would aggravate the tendon for at least, 8 weeks. Thanks for the donation, though, niggas in Paris. Hope that helps.
It's over, VG. Soon the world will flood, humans will go extinct, and everything will go back to the way it was in the Mesozoic era, only without the dinosaurs.
We're gonna have to resurrect the dodo first. I think a world where dodos roam the earth is probably a better world to live in. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Frank made a really dumb video on copper toxicity. Of course knows nothing about what he's talking about.
Yeah, we already have that video in the queue. We're gonna react to that one later. Thanks for the donation, gay sexy time. Thanks for the donation, dude. Donate $2. There's no way the sea level will rise when we have this guy.
This is what you want. So, let's get it. Enough talk.
Yeah, we just need Badlands chugs to reduce the sea level. Thanks for the donation, thanks for the donation. You're a fucker, you know that? Thank you for that 9014. Excellent spam, sir. Appreciate the donation.
Israel has made it clear what it intends to do in the Gaza Strip, and nobody should be discounting their statements. They've made it clear that they intend to make the Gaza Strip smaller. They've made it clear that they intend to...
Like, I don't know what the fuck... They're flattening it.
There was yet another mass shooting in Maine, 22 dead. This world just keeps getting worse.
In Maine.
Yeah, hi, John. We did
Let
want
me
to
see.
update you on that breaking news situation out of Lewiston, where police have ordered residents to shelter in place due to an active shooter investigation. When we first brought you this at the top of the hour, we weren't exactly sure if we could call it that. We are now confirming it is an active shooter situation. They're asking everyone to keep their doors locked and stay off the street. So here is what we know so far. Police are investigating 2 shootings in Lewiston, one on Mollison Way and another on Lincoln Street. We are not sure how many victims there are or if the 2 incidents are connected. We also have not yet been given a description of the suspect or suspects. They are saying if anyone sees anything suspicious, you are asked to call police. Again, want to walk you through this. Since we first reported this story at the top of the hour, we've learned that the city has issued a shelter-in-place order for residents. We've also confirmed that state police are calling this an active shooter situation. I'm going to read to you what state police have on their Facebook page at this time. They say there is an active shooter situation in the city of Lewiston. Law enforcement is asking people to shelter in place. Please stay inside your home with the doors locked. Law enforcement is currently investigating at 2 locations right now. Again, please stay off the streets and allow law enforcement to defuse the situation. If you see any suspicious activity or individuals, please call 911. Updates to follow. So that is from state police. Now, witnesses telling us they saw a number of first responder vehicles, law enforcement vehicles, police cars, ambulances. Also, Lewiston superintendent sending out a text to the school community earlier, moments ago, telling everyone to lock down if they are inside a school right now. Clearly, Lewiston, the city of Lewiston, also reiterating that.
We begin with breaking news.
I'm Golston Dart. Here's what we know right now. This is happening in the city of Lewiston, Maine. Police there have confirmed that there is an active shooter right now going to different areas. We have this image we can share with you. The county sheriff just releasing this picture.
That's crazy. That looks like he took quite a drive, too. So they haven't even fucking caught him yet, and he's driving around just shooting people.
Of the shooter. Again, this is in the state of Maine. They are still looking for this man. And in these pictures, the shooter is in front of a bowling alley. And you can see there that he's got a rifle, carrying it there, aiming it, pointing it. Officers are telling people to shelter in place. Officers are searching several locations right now.
In the neighboring city of Auburn, Maine, also urging residents right now to shelter in place and to lock all of their doors and to report any suspicious individuals.
Well, that's why we need to ban AR-15 style rifles and make sure everybody carries carrots with them so that if somebody does have a gun, they can shove it right up their ass.
The governor's son got 6 hours in jail for having a gun, and driving under the influence. I have already done 24 hours in jail for peaceful protesting. Fuck Arkansas, bunch of hicks and nepo babies.
Let me take a look.
I've been a vegan for many years.
Well, good for you. Yay.
I eat plant-based meat.
Fat, then?
I eat more calories than I burn.
Yeah, then you're fat.
Okay.
Your
I
family's
came
dumb.
here to talk to these guys. What are you doing here?
Well, because they're dumb. That's dumb.
Why don't you just go home?
I didn't ask you. I came here for them.
Yeah, I came here to talk to them too.
I don't care what the fuck you say. You can fucking move on.
Yeah. Watch your language.
I will fucking kick your ass, bro.
See it.
Just calm down.
I like to see you try.
Just calm down.
Whoop your ass.
Do it.
You would get hurt. That's what would happen.
Exactly. You ain't gonna do shit, so shut the fuck up. Get out of here.
Fucking black ass motherfucker. You ain't even got right shoes on.
I made American idiot.
Just go, dude.
I don't give a fuck what you are. I will fuck you up.
Do it then.
I will.
Yeah, do it.
Here I am.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Closer.
Just
I'm about to slap you in the fucking face.
Do
Step
it.
one fucking closer.
Do it.
Step one fucking closer.
Just go home, man. Have you been drinking today?
What does that fucking matter to you?
He's drunk.
You're fucking dumb anyways. Hey, eat more chicken! Eat more chicken!
Have a good day, sir.
Y'all
Go
all
vegan.
Go rotten hell. Y'all all go rotten hell.
Dude, there are people with like fucking problems that just love to fucking harass everybody. Dutch Eat Any Tellers, which Republican would you compare to this? Let me see.
Wow. President.
What do you mean you don't agree with me? Do you know who you're dealing with?
I guess Trump. It would have to be Trump. That's a funny Ren and Stimpy skit though.
Did you hear about NBA player Dwight Howard?
I did not. Let me see.
And that's one topic that I really just hate talking about.
There is a serious story involving this man.
And it's going to be people who hate me. It's going to be people who love me. It's going to be people like, I don't care.
That being former #1 overall pick, Dwight Howard.
But the only thing that really matters is me and how I feel about myself, how I carry myself, my character, my personality, and how I want myself to be viewed just when I look into the mirror. But just be you, be free.
Meaning you're not gay.
I'm not gay. So it's a lot of people who are, and they have to hide. And it's people who have mental issues and they have to hide. It's people who have different problems in life and they have to hide. They have to put on a mask every day. It's like, well, I don't want to wear no mask.
Who previously said this to Christine Leahy on her show Fair Game. Howard, who last played for the Taiwan Beer Leopards, has had serious accusations levied against him, with the DMs leaked to Radar Online, showing him chatting with Stephen Harper.
They exchanged explicit texts and pictures and videos, and Dwight pretty much invited him to come by the house, making everything consensual to hook up with Dwight. But the guy was like, when I showed up, there was another man dressed as a woman named Kitty who popped up. And it was pretty much presented as a threesome.
Howard, in a DM, responded to Harper when asked if he's into freaky blank, which Dwight said he was, but the NBA player made it a point to text he was not gay. Yes, and I understand, sexy. We grown. I'm not offended at all, Harper replied. Later that same day, Howard DM'd asking Harper for pictures of his privates. When Harper said he didn't, but can send a few, Dwight responded he wanted to see Harper's eggplant emoji. On July the 19th, Howard would text Harper he was, quote, thinking about that meat, and they arranged for a visit to Dwight's house. Via Marca, Howard admitted that they went to his room, took off their clothes, and kissed consensually. In his lawsuit, Harper claimed Howard surprised him by introducing him to a man dressed as a woman. Harper said the man called himself Kitty. Harper, the story goes, was not into it, but Howard convinced him to stay. The lawsuit says Kitty went down on Dwight and proceeded to make a move on Harper, who repeatedly told Kitty no. He claims to have feared for his safety. The lawsuit would read, defendant stood up towering over Harper, grabbed Harper by the thighs, forcibly removed Harper's underwear, held Harper down, and performed non-consensual sex on Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper was in fear of imminent bodily harm when he was pinned down and forced to remain in place while defendant continued to essay him. Now, Dwight would initially say, no, none of this happened. I did not meet up with this person. Then changed his story and said,
really fucked
actually,
up.
yes, I did meet up with this person, but everything that happened was consensual.
The second thing is that is consensual. It's never consensual if you surprise somebody.
One thing that must be addressed is what Mariah Rose, I thought, put eloquently in one of her TikTok videos.
I'm not liking the discourse I'm seeing surrounding Dwight Howard right now at all. First thing that bothers me is that a lot of people seem to be bothered by the idea of Dwight Howard being with a man than they are by the idea of him essaying somebody. If he forced himself on another human being, who cares what gender they are? This is an essay issue, not the opportunity for y'all to get off your homophobic jokes. I know y'all think I sound like a buzzkill, and I don't care, because I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. Who cares if he's gay or not gay? He's being accused of assault. Are y'all noticing that unsolicited
I mean, look at his fucking hair. Is it really a surprise to anybody that he's gay?
violence is becoming a regular conversation around sports, and that is not okay? It makes me sick to my stomach.
Howard attorney Justin Bailey would tell the worldwide leader what was a private consensual encounter was made public for profit, and Mr. Howard looks forward to bringing the truth to...
Well, if those accusations are true, that's pretty fucked up. Like, it's not the first fucking, professional NBA player or football player or baseball player or anything. So many professional athletes are involved in these sexual assaults. It's pretty crazy. Booty cum, dirty tillers. Before Pierce vids, could we watch this? Have you seen it? Let me see. Oh, gross. Fuck you. Dirty tillers, can you react to them talking about vegan food at 49.15?
I wouldn't make something that's dumb. Like, number of plant-based people who are on plant-based diets.
Oh, it's going crazy.
Is that
right
true?
now. Yeah. So I went vegan for 4 months, and
Vegan's too hard.
Worst decision of my life.
Yeah, it's too hard.
And I tried again, like 2 years later, and I had the same effect, which was like essentially my body just consuming itself.
So, Logan, the reason your body was consuming itself when you went on a plant-based diet is because you weren't eating enough. There's this thing called energy balance. If you're taking in less energy than you're expending, then you are going to lose weight, and some of that weight will likely be muscle mass. You stupid fuck. Like, he's a millionaire. How can a fucking millionaire who can afford a dietitian to make them a meal plan not figure out how to eat a vegan diet, but like any fucking broke ass idiot who just, has a moral compass can be vegan just fine. Like, they can just get away with eating potatoes. What a fucking moron, dude. Jason Blaha, donate tellers, are you going to debate Genetic Beast on veganism, or are you going to dodge? I mean, the guy's a lol cow, but I guess I could. He does not have an email linked with his channel.
I forgot, yes, skip 2 minutes on the vid and there should be no more babies.
Skip 2 minutes on that video, there should be no more babies. I don't fucking trust you. I'm not doing that. Thanks for that donation though, Booty Cam. I'm down to debate. You can either email me or message me on Instagram. There we go. Oh. Well, there we are.
Extreme fatigue. Lifting my legs out of bed in the morning.
No, yeah, I don't have that problem, but you've got to make sure you get all your nutrients.
You're eating eggs still?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, okay.
Eggs and cheese for sure. Dairy.
I could see myself when I'm older and I have to pay attention to what's going into my body.
What are you trying to tell me, bitch?
No. I'm just call me bitch again. Call me bitch again. No, I do not. You don't look a day over 12.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I think. Do you think the plant-based food industry is going to take off? Like,
so there's like Beyond Meat fucked up, right? They just went too big too fast,
Okay.
as opposed to growing organically. But I think generally plant-based, yeah, because people eat too many processed foods and too much sugar and everything, and there's enough solutions now that it's easy.
Do you think people will start to care about their health in a way that is actually meaningful?
I think people do things that are easy.
Mm-hmm.
And if you make them think, it's like popcorn, right? Popcorn's easy and everybody thinks it's healthy, so people eat a lot of popcorn, right? And so if you make it easy, like this stuff's easy, right? Because you just pick up the drink and it's got nutrients and you get your electrolytes. So if you're working out, you're going to drink water, you can drink this, right? And if you make it easy for people to consume, then they'll think about their health. And so, it's easy now for me to be vegetarian. I could never be vegan because I need my cheese, I need my dairy and all that. But for vegetarian, and dairy doesn't mess me up too.
Bro, what are with these fucking dairy fairies? There's so many fucking dairy alternatives now too. Like, give me a fucking break.
Bad.
Okay.
But it also, it's got to taste good.
Yeah,
People,
for sure.
people like in that vegan and ultra, health space, some of these people eat based strictly on macros and nutrients, but the average American, they're eating
not
food,
gonna work that
they
hard.
have an emotional connection to the
yeah.
food. I have an emotional connection
Oh,
to
hell
the food.
yeah. Hey, you
know?
should see, I would weigh 50.
Maybe there's a reason why vegans are a bit healthier than, like maybe thinking about what you eat is a bit better than just eating whatever tastes good,
50 pounds, well, not 50 pounds. I would weigh, 50 minutes.
I don't really know if I give a fuck about Trump's.
Come on, I'm not lying. It's interesting vid, I think you would look also. Can we watch them peers vids? But yeah, I'm hungry. Banana hammer Karen Pierre and Pines Oli Wali EST thirsty boom boom come.
Alright, fine.
The way he could have known about it was before school. It was before preschool.
No one in my family knows anyone involved in the World Trade Center, and he's never been to New York. I noted it, but I never thought anything of it. I noted it as an autism. I just thought he had a vivid imagination.
7-year-old says he was in 9/11 plane crash.
A little bit later, he became obsessed with planes.
At first, Cade was totally petrified by the airplanes, like they were monsters. He wasn't scared of them being in the air. It's more like he was scared of where they were going.
It was obsessive. Cade wasn't just into planes, he was obsessed with planes.
Driving through downtown was hard for him. He wouldn't get out of the car and walk around. And he would ask if planes flew over downtown.
Cade is a 7-year-old now, and to this day, Cade around tall buildings is frantic.
That feels creepy. I just, okay?
Tall buildings. This person was at the World Trade Center. I still...
Yeah, I'll tell you what this actually is. This kid's an autistic retard, and he just is afraid of planes. Like, that's it. I can almost guarantee you with 100% certainty he did not live a past life This kid is just stupid. So he's afraid of planes. I don't know why anybody would believe this horseshit that he's a reincarnated fucking 9/11 fucking dude or something.
I'm just a cat. But please, talk to Yenna.
Watch till the end. Finger in my ass.
All right, we will watch till the end. Thanks for the donation, pussy ass queer niggas for Trump. Oh my god. What the fuck is going on? That looks pretty hilarious. That's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Well, why are you so nosy? But please don't. Nothing good, I don't think. She was so very sick. Maybe she made like a cat and went off to spend her last life. Yenna is my best friend. She's kind. Help her, not me.
Cat.
Exactly.
Would you rather be stabbed in the gut or decapitated?
Decapitated.
It was another day in the City of Lies, Baldur's Gate, where the people begged for justice until they starved. Two heroes were fated to cross paths that day. Their eyes met. Destiny was calling. Strangers? Only in a fool's definition of the word. It was the start of something incredible. Two heroes on the hunt for justice, no matter the cost. All the Tall One had to do was say yes. The Tall One had passed the first test. The second would come when they were ready, and not before. When would they be ready? Only the Tall One and Fate truly knew.
What's going on here? Just this meowing. All right. Let's finish up this first.
I will say, he has made a lot of videos where he'll turn up the detail on a picture of mine and be like, look at how many wrinkles this guy has. It's such a bad point because depending on the lighting, you can make someone look terrible or awesome. Just as an example, I'm gonna throw up a couple celebrity photos, and I think we all know Anne Hathaway is absolutely gorgeous. But here's her without makeup and here's her with makeup. She's still beautiful, but some people would be like, oh, look, what's wrong with her diet? Here's a photo of Beyonce. I think everybody would agree that Beyonce is absolutely beautiful. Someone like Bobby's perspective would pick on their appearance and say, oh, that's proof that things aren't working well for this woman. It's a weak point, but don't worry, these points get weaker. Let's keep going.
But what I'm doing is I'm pulling with my right arm first
Not
and letting my
interesting.
left arm just after this. I did a little bit of cardio. I usually do it outside, but today
Not interesting. Who cares? It's funny because he's literally watching a bodybuilder's channel talking about bodybuilding. It's really dumb.
Okay, and you have the nutritional yeast.
Hey, what's up, dude?
It's a weak point, but don't worry, these points get weaker.
Hello.
Right arm first,
Hello?
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. What's up?
Not much. I had a question about I think yesterday you were talking about how it doesn't necessarily need to be a beginning of things.
Yeah.
Well, like, I get that it's logically possible, but I don't. But isn't the fact that it's like, I don't know, I guess physically not possible, evidence that there was a beginning?
What's not physically possible?
An infinite regress.
I don't know why I'd assume it's not physically possible.
Well, okay, like for example, with like the dominoes hypothetical, where like a domino needs another domino to fall over. If we can see that like a domino has fallen over, does that mean that there was a beginning?
No.
Why not?
I don't know why it would be assumed. Like, can you give me a reason why it would be assumed?
Because it happened. Like there appears to be an end, right?
Okay,
If a
there
domino
could be an
requires
end
another
to
domino
something.
fall
It doesn't
over.
mean there's necessarily a beginning to something. You could just have an infinite regress.
But how is that? How would that be physically possible?
Well, I'm sure somebody who has like better math skills could probably explain it to you better, but I don't see why you would expect time to work the same way that you perceive it, or say the beginning of the universe. If it had a beginning, time would work the same way. You could have an infinite regress.
But doesn't an infinite regress, wouldn't that mean that like whatever, like the initial, like for example in the dominoes example, wouldn't that mean that like no dominoes could fall over because they're just infinitely?
It doesn't mean no dominoes could fall over. So, like, again, if you were to count back from the amount of dominoes that have fallen, that would just be infinite.
But by virtue of it being infinite, it would never end. So
That's
there wouldn't
right.
be a
You
beginning.
you could count back infinitely.
But then there wouldn't be a beginning, right?
No, it would be an infinite regress.
But if there's no beginning, then how did the domino fall over?
Well, it's an infinite regress, so things have moved from an infinite regress.
Okay, I don't really totally understand that. Like, if it goes back infinitely, then like there is no beginning in sight, right? Because it just goes on.
Yeah, it
Like,
would just
infinite
go
is
on
by virtue-
infinitely. So there'd be an infinite amount of dominoes that caused the other domino to fall.
Right. But then, well, that means that there isn't a finite start, right? But if you see the domino falling over,
Right, so there was no beginning that you could ever reach. It's an infinite regress.
but if there was no beginning, then how did the domino fall over?
Well, it's an infinite regress. There was a domino before the domino, before the domino, before the domino.
Right. Right. But that would suggest that, or in the sniper example, right? If like to take a shot, you need your supervisor's
Yeah,
permission,
it's
you
the
need,
exact
like,
same analogy.
right. But in an infinite regress situation, there would no, like, the shot would never be able to be taken, right? Because you just go back infinitely.
No, that's not true. So you can count back from the time the gun was fired and look at the chain of command, and the chain of command would just be infinite. So
Well,
you're
by virtue of
basically
it being
asking
infinite, there's no-
you're asking a chicken or the egg kind of question. Was so that you could either count forward or count backwards. So if you were to count forward and somebody needs somebody needs permission from their superior to, say to allow for the shot, and then somebody needs permission from their superior. If you count forwards infinitely, then the shot would never be fired. If you count backwards, then no, the shot could be fired.
How does the direction in which you count change that possibility?
Because if you count if you count infinitely forward, the shot could never be fired because somebody would have to give permission to their underling over and over and over again for the shot to be fired. If you count backwards, then the shot could be fired because eventually that permission would be granted. So you could count backwards from the point in which the shot was granted permission, and if you go backwards, you'll just get an infinite regression.
So it sounds like you're saying the property of infinite changes depending on which direction you're counting.
Yeah, at least in the sniper analogy.
But so, like, why would the property of infinite change depending on the direction you're counting in? Like, wouldn't the property of being infinite stay the same regardless of which way you're counting?
Yeah, but we're talking about specifically about the analogy.
Right.
So, like, again, depending on how you word the analogy, if somebody is going to give permission to an underling infinitely to take a shot, the shot will never happen. If we're counting backwards from when permission was granted, then you could have an infinite regression, and the shot could be fired.
See, I don't see how you could, like, if you count forward, it wouldn't be fired. So then, it seems to me that
it just depends on how you look at the it depends on how you look at the hypothetical.
In terms of like the direction counting it?
Basically, so you could either count backwards from when permission was granted to fire the shot, and if we're assuming the shot was fired and permission had to be granted infinitely backwards, you could logically get an infinite regression. That is possible.
Right. Yeah, I understand that logically.
If you're the sniper and you're awaiting for permission, and the person giving permission has to get permission infinitely from... Maybe I'm wording this wrong. So, so if...
It seems like the property of infinite should stay the same, right? Like, if the shot would never be fired if you have to wait, then...
I think I'm explaining... Okay, wait. I think I might have made a mistake explaining this.
Okay.
So, if we were to use a natural number, so count from a natural number, so like from 0 to any number, we could go on infinitely.
Right.
So, the sniper asks for permission to shoot. The person he asks for permission to shoot grants him permission, but that person needed permission from their superior, and that person needed permission from their superior, and that person needed permission from their superior. You could just count infinitely, and that would not be logically impossible.
Right, it wouldn't be logically impossible, but it seems to be like physically impossible.
I don't know why you'd assume that. Like, I don't.
Because
so for something
that, the shot was fired, it seems to imply that permission was given somewhere along the line, right?
Yeah, but I don't know why it would be assumed. I don't know why it would be assumed that's physically impossible. Like, is it? Would you say infinity is physically impossible?
Yeah.
How would infinity be physically impossible?
I don't. Well, is there an example of physical Is there a physical like manifestation of infinity?
I don't know. You're the one making the claim that infinity is not physically possible. So, like, do you have any evidence that infinity is not physically possible?
Well, I just can't seem to wrap my head around like
Yeah,
something
so
infinite existing.
so
Like,
here
that's
here's
my
the
knowledge of
thing.
this.
You might want to talk to Dr. Avi about this. Maybe he might have an answer for you, but you'd probably want to find somebody who's like an extremely high level mathematician for something like this to maybe explain, it, or a physicist who could maybe like talk to you about whether or not infinity is physically possible and stuff like that. Because if you're going to start talking about whether or not something like that's physically possible, you're probably going to want to talk to somebody who actually deals with things like how time works and can like mathematically explain it or something.
Well, I mean, time is not really a physical concept, right?
Time exists.
Well, it's a concept. It's not like.
No, time exists. Like again, you can mathematically prove time.
Yeah, but as a concept, right? Like math is a concept.
No, math isn't a concept.
It doesn't exist objectively.
No, math exists objectively. Math is something that is really discovered.
Right. Well, it's a way of understanding things, right?
I mean, you could consider math as a language, but the language of math is objective. Like whether or not we exist, 1 + 1 would equal 2.
Well, yeah, but it starts from like a basic set of like axiomatic principles, right? That you need to accept in order to move forward.
Well, no, I don't see how that would be the case.
Like it's sort of like the laws of logic, right? Like they.
Well, no, you would just
in terms of like being a mind, like I don't see how math would exist independent of a mind.
Well, math would exist independent of a mind. It's just that in order to conceptualize it, a mind would need to exist.
Right. But it's a concept.
No, I wouldn't say it's a concept.
What would you say it is?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a concept. It's something that is it seems like it was more discovered than invented.
I don't know. Well, it sounds like a way of like. It's almost like a language, right? Or like it's a way of like communicating.
Sort of. It's kind of like a language that's used to describe reality.
Yeah. So by virtue of that, that's why I say it's like a concept.
Okay, well, I don't know if I can really add anything more to this.
Okay, that's right. Oh, you said some things about steroids that aren't necessarily correct. They're kind of like small things, but so they're not that important. But one thing you said is you can't use insulin syringes to inject.
You can't use what?
Insulin syringes to inject steroids.
I don't think you can, at least not well, because you're like the suspension fluid is oil. So with an
depending on the viscosity of the oil and the gauge of the insulin needle, like you can definitely draw.
Insulin needles are all the same gauges, aren't they?
No, they range in gauges.
Okay, I'm
anything
not sure.
From like 25 to like 31.
I don't know if I don't know if I'd use an insulin syringe for steroids.
Well, you might it might take a long time to draw up, but it's definitely possible. But and the other thing is you can tell if someone's on steroids through blood work based on their lipid panel. Like steroids have a very unique way of
no, you can't. You can maybe have evidence of that, but you can't.
Yeah, it wouldn't be definitive proof, but
Well, yeah,
If you
they'd
see
have low
someone upward-
HDL. If they have like bizarrely low
Yeah.
HDL,
and
that
really
is a
high
sign.
LDL. Yeah, and one last thing. You said the other day that you wouldn't consider clenbuterol, like someone who uses clenbuterol, natural.
Yeah.
Why not?
So it does have performance enhancing benefits. It does help grow more muscle.
But so do
it's
a lot of
it's not just a stimulant.
right, but so do other things, right? Like caffeine or creatine.
Well, no. Clenbuterol has a direct anabolic effect. Caffeine doesn't.
Okay, but creatine.
Like again, creatine doesn't have a direct anabolic effect, but clenbuterol does.
So anything that has a direct anabolic effect, you would consider.
Like it is somewhat arbitrary to call somebody natty or not. Like there's plenty of things that we eat that aren't natural, but we still consider them natty. Like there seems to be a strong enough anabolic effect from clenbuterol where it probably crosses the line of whether or not you're using a performance enhancing drug or not.
Okay.
At least for me, anyway.
So there's some like threshold of anabolic property after which you.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, that's fair. All right, that's everything. Thanks
Okay.
for taking the time, chat.
Yeah, no problem, dude.
Take care.
Take care. I'm a math major, you don't know what you're talking about? Well, that's funny, because I had sex with your mother, and she told me that you're a dickhead. That's neither here nor there, is it?
Or as the cool kids say nowadays, the nooch.
Bobby talks really slowly, so I'm just going to speed this up a little bit just for the sake of the video.
On top to replicate the cheese, the dairy, right? And of course we know that this comes from chili con carne. Traditionally people ate this with meat. When meat was scarce, they ate a little bit meat still, and they substituted with a couple of beans. Of course nobody would ever get the idea to eat only beans on a daily basis, because it will wreck your gut lining, right? This is common sense.
Is it common sense? Are beans really that bad for gut linings? I've been eating beans for years and have had zero problems at all.
Ancient civilizations knew this. However, Brian wants to teach us that this is a healthy way of eating.
The logic here.
Bobby just makes shit up. Beans ruin your gut lining. Care to provide any evidence for that claim?
You have fewer people in the Gaza Strip. The only way that you can do that is through genocide. 2 Israeli foreign ministers, the current one and a former one, have talked about pushing Palestinians out of the Gaza Strip and into the Sinai. And they've even talked with such audacity to say that the Arab states should be picking up the tab by building what they call tent cities. We have current ministers like Smotrich, the Minister of Finance, who said to Palestinians who hold Israeli citizenship that the only reason that we're here is because they didn't finish the job in 1948. There have been a large number of arrests of Palestinians for simple things like posting on social media. We've seen the proliferation of Telegram channels that are hunting us
That
down.
is misleading. So, just because you post on social media, you get arrested. No, you get arrested because there's suspicion of you either having committed or about to commit a crime. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. She explains why modern women will die alone.
Is based on a survey where men and women were asked if they got 80% of everything they want in their ideal mate, would they be happy with that? And women said, no, that's settling. And men said, 80%, I'd be thrilled, that's a catch. And so
80% of the women you surveyed is settling?
That's settling because, the question is, what actually makes us happy in long-term romantic love? And, that's the question that I explore in the book. And I'm a journalist, so I went out and I asked neurobiologists about chemistry, and I asked behavioral economists about demographics, and I asked marital researchers.
What are women too picky about here?
Well, I'll tell you, men and women were asked what would be a deal breaker for going on a second date. And men named 3 things. They said she has to be cute enough. She doesn't have to look like Angelina Jolie. She just has to be cute enough. She has to be warm and kind. And she has to be interesting to talk to. Those seem like really valid criteria.
Ding, 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 ding. Pretty simple.
Right. Okay, reasonable, right? The women came back with 300 things that would rule out a guy for a second date. And we're talking about like another 2 hours and maybe a free dinner. And they wouldn't do it. And they were...
This sounds misleading. There is no possible way. There's literally 100 times more things that would disqualify a second date. No way. She's making that up.
Things like he wore a brown belt with black shoes, or we were having a really good time and I thought he was cute and he was interesting, but then he did this Austin Powers impression and I just can't get that out of my mind and I can't go out with him again.
Okay, look, if she literally categorized every single thing that a woman would, any particular woman would, make up as an excuse to not go out on a second date. But then, like, there are dudes who won't go out with girls because they have a little bit of lip hair. I mean, there's no way she narrowed it down to 3 things for men and then narrowed it down to 300 things for women. Bullshit. She's just being goofy.
Yeah, Austin Powers guy could be the love of her life. The book is based...
She's making shit up.
Funniest video I've seen.
Let me see, Sean. Oh no! Too bad the dog didn't have good aim. Thanks for the donation though, Sean. That was kind of funny.
With the pictures of Palestinians literally placed between crosshairs and names and addresses provided. We've seen scores of...
Okay, this is just... Yeah, Israel's evil, whatever, who cares?
Now the founder of Within Our Lifetime, Nadine Kiswani, and the broadcaster and journalist Emily Austin. Okay, Emily, what did you make of that exchange I just had with Loki?
I just dislike how you ask a clear-cut question and the question never seems to be addressed on any of your interviews, quite frankly. It seems like they use the airtime as an opportunity to deny the question and just spread their own narrative, and it's pointless. The debate is pointless. It's a one-sided conversation and there's no actual conversation. It's, here's my question, oh, but what about this pin?
Right. I mean, Nadine, my problem with it was I've interviewed some pro-Palestinian voices in the last 2 weeks who were emphatic immediately. Let me make it clear. What happened on October the 7th was a disgusting terrorist attack, an abomination. And then they go on to talk about the plight of the Palestinian people and maybe the historical conflict and so on. And I have great respect for people that do that. I've got to say, I really struggle with anyone who just cannot have the humanity to start by saying what happened on October the 7th was appalling, an outrage. Do you feel it was?
I think Palestinians are tired of that being the starting point constantly, when right now there are 6,000 Palestinians who have been killed in Gaza, over 2,500 of them children, 33 mosques leveled, hospitals leveled.
So, when they're talking about the death toll, they're including total deaths, not, Hamas and civilian deaths. That's just the total death count. And the, 2,500 children, that's a made-up number. That number is coming from Hamas. There has been no third-party verification that 2,500 children have died. So that number is likely, again, just bullshit, made up, not true.
So we're tired of that being the main goal of the conversation.
It's not the main goal.
Part of it.
It's the starting point of this war. Yeah, but hang on. It's the starting point of this war.
Outside
it's not the main goal of what I want the conversation to be.
The starting point was when 750,000 Palestinians were ethnically cleansed, were expelled from their homelands during the Nakba, which my grandparents fled Palestine because of the Nakba, because of the massacres and the rapes that they heard. So to me, that's the starting point. That's my experience.
Let's go with that for a minute. Let's start with the Nakba, because the only Nakba is the part that people forget to address. 1948, after the partition plan, the Jewish state called in the Arabs to live prosperously and peacefully in the land. But what happened the very next day, not even 24 hours later, is the alleged Nakba, where the Arab leagues declared war on the Jewish state, that we just agreed to have our two-state solution. And what did they tell their people? Leave the state, let us get the land back, let's ethnically cleanse the Jewish people, and once we defeat them in this war, you will come back to the land. So the only Nakba was a catastrophe that you guys, the Arab leagues, waged a war that you could not win, and that is why, I'm sorry, your grandparents had to leave their homes.
That's completely ahistorical. I don't represent the Arab League. I'm Palestinian, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Palestinians.
But why do you find it hard to just start, given this war, this latest war that's erupted, began with a terror attack on October the 7th, why is it hard to not just say, that was terrible?
I don't see you asking Regev if he condemned the slaughter of innocent civilians.
You can't do it, can you?
No, she can't, because she's the same woman who said every Zionist before they die should hear pop, pop before they die. So
she's a Hamas supporter. She's pro-terrorism. There we go.
She probably agrees with the massacre, so why would she condemn them?
I think the media is part of manufacturing.
Yeah, she supports the massacre. Yeah, absolutely. I love how they accuse her of that, and then she just keeps talking about a completely different subject. Like, you got fucking outed.
Consent.
We're talking about you.
I'm speaking here, and I'm not interested in speaking to genocide deniers. The media is manufacturing consent for genocide against the Palestinian people, just like they did with the lie of the weapons of mass destruction that was used.
Yeah, genocide. That's why the Palestinian population's increased.
To justify the murder of over 1 million Iraqis. And there's been many lies that have been repeated all over the news, including on your show, where CNN had to rescind, and even you said in subsequent interviews about the 40 beheaded babies. I haven't seen a single shred of evidence. I have not seen a single shred of evidence about these accusations coming out.
The IDF did not make up the babies claim. That was something that was perpetuated on social media. I'm pretty sure the original source was actually a social media source. The only television source that I could find wasn't even, like, again, an Israeli... it wasn't even an Israeli source. They just mentioned a beheading. They mentioned a beheading. And then on social media, there was that shit going around that there were 40 babies that were beheaded. But the original source wasn't the IDF. So accusing the IDF, like Israel, the state of Israel, of spreading this rumor is bullshit. They're not the ones who made this rumor. But she won't criticize Hamas for lying about the hospital bombing. So there's two completely different standards. Anybody could make up any claim, like, that would, in theory, be in support of Israel. And then she's going to blame, like, the state of Israel for that claim, even though they didn't make the claim. But Hamas directly could fucking lie, and she'll just, she won't, criticize that lie.
I was actually deliberately misquoted. You raised an interesting point there about this issue of the beheaded babies from the October 7th terrorist attack. I was accused by Bassem Youssef of saying on air that 40 babies had been beheaded. I never said that. I said there were reports that 40 babies had been killed and that some had been beheaded. That appears to have been borne out by other reporting, but I haven't seen the full details of every single casualty, so I don't know for sure. I certainly never said 40 babies were beheaded, but that clip has gone around the world, and I've been bombarded with abuse based on an absolute lie.
I don't see a big difference between saying 40 babies were beheaded versus maybe, 40
some. You don't think there's between 40 and some?
Because at the same, that's the lie that's being used to kill 6,000 Palestinians in Gaza right now.
Okay, well, let me ask Emily. All right, let me ask Emily with this question. I've asked Nadine,
Again, IDF did not make that claim. Israel did not make that claim. And it's immaterial. A world where that news didn't spread, that 40 babies were beheaded, would not be any different than the world we're currently living in. It's just not a meaningful difference. Children were fucking brutally murdered. Chances are at least one was decapitated. There were eyewitnesses saying they saw a decapitated child. We have seen children that were burnt to death, that were lit on fire with their parents. So, like, it's just immaterial. It doesn't matter. It's not meaningful in any way. They're just bringing that up to, like, try to claim that Israel has this disinformation campaign when they don't.
Can she say she was horrified by what happened on
October? She wasn't.
And she will not say that, which I think is very disappointing. Would you, in return, when you look at what's been happening in Gaza in the last 2 weeks, do you find that appalling, that the loss of young lives, of babies, of children, of women, innocent people who had nothing to do with the terror attacks?
Absolutely, 100%. Any death of innocent civilians should be condemned privately and publicly.
Have you heard of Xenogears? It's a game where you kill God. S-tier game. Also, turns out you and Big Ed are bonded. Like booty bandits. Booty brothers. Balloon not brethren.
I've heard of Xenogears. I have never played any of the Xenogear games, so I don't really know what they're about. Yeah, these are old as fuck, dude. I don't think I could play these games today. Just seems pretty dated. Let me see this Big Ed thing.
And I love having my salad tossed.
Wow!
It
Okay.
is. It's a little chalky, but turns the girl on.
Really?
The way I do it.
Like it. The way you do. Like, what do you do? Wait, use the flour. Use the flour as
So
an
if
example.
this is,
That's
if
the
this
butthole
is,
goes
if
dying.
this
It
is
really
Liz's
swears.
butt.
Okay, this is
Yeah.
about.
Yeah. Okay. All the way in.
Ew!
So I just made him throw up. I have talked.
Yeah, Big Ed and I are not so different. Thanks for the donation quest.
And I cannot believe I have to say that. So yes, every children that is being collateral damage, every woman that's becoming collateral damage, my heart aches for them.
Why can't you do that?
I think we all agree that the loss of innocent life is sad, but I believe that the loss of innocent life wouldn't be an issue.
It's okay
if
when
Israel
it's the
didn't
Jews.
ethnically cleanse Palestine to begin with in 1948.
Well, they didn't, and that.
Oh my god, dude, it's just insane. Like, you could say the same. So, for one thing, it's kind of funny. Every single Islamic state is there because of conquest. So, kind of strange that Israel has to be, perfect and not, displace any fucking, Palestinians. And it's weird how the British aren't being blamed for this. The British were the ones who did it to begin with. Like, they're the ones who granted the land. And why the fuck couldn't you say the same about Palestinians? They're the ones who refused a two-state solution. So this could have been avoided if a two-state solution was agreed upon, and like you actually created an agreement with Israel on who gets what land, but you didn't. Like, Palestinians have wanted a single-state solution where Palestinians are ruling everything.
That is the source of this. To me, I go to the source of the issue.
But
what
that doesn't.
happened on October 7th isn't the beginning of what Palestinians
But had you asked me, okay, but Nadine, ask me.
That's not the starting point.
Why don't you ask me what do I think of that? You have a lot of preconceived views of what you think I think. I agree with you. I think the displacement of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in 1948 is the root cause of all of this.
Well, you can thank the Arab Leagues for declaring war on the two-state solution.
There are
They had it right in
myriad
front of
people
them.
at fault in the next 70 years.
We were ethnically cleansed from our land. It's
Why?
not like Jewish people were ethnically
Why?
cleansed from the land of Palestine.
was the
They
catalyst?
colonized it from other
Why?
people.
But here's my-
I'm actually discussing with him. I refuse to speak to genocide denier.
Well, that-
I refuse
why
to
they
speak
were
to genocide
ethnically
She's not a
denier.
genocide denier. She's
Do you
not.
know the definition of a genocide?
No, I do know the definition of
What
a
is it?
genocide. Gaza currently is a concentration camp
No, it is
because
not.
the Palestinians
You think
are
Hamas
being-
wages genocide?
I believe that. Look at the numbers. Look at the Palestinians who have been killed.
Hamas's stated
We're not here to
purpose
talk about any
is
specific
to eradicate
entities.
the people, the Jewish people. It's their stated purpose.
The first thing that we should be fighting
that's
for
literally
is for
genocide.
Palestinians to be returned home to their homeland.
That is
Then we can
literally
talk about the specifics.
Hamas's stated
She's never going to recognize that because she's pro-Hamas. She's a terrorist.
Is literally the definition of genocide. It's wiping out people based
the
on their
hostages who were released had otherwise to say.
Oh, the
as
2
we've
out
seen
of
in
250.
in the
Let's
news.
applaud Hamas.
So they released elderly grandmothers, and then she's saying, oh, these 80-year-old women who are fucking geriatric and not all there said they were treated really well. So obviously Hamas are nice. Like, by the way, they're hostages. They probably have, political motivation for treating hostages a bit better if they plan to release them. So, like, we know what Hamas does. We've seen, there's video footage of what they did on the October 7th attack. She's, again, she's saying, oh, see, Hamas is nice. Even when they take hostages, which isn't, that great, they're really nice to the hostages. They'd never do anything, horrible.
Okay.
The hostages that Israel didn't even want to take to begin with. They didn't even want to take them back.
But they did take them. The Palestinians need to divorce
as they bomb Gaza.
Yeah, right. Israel wasn't interested in taking back the hostages. That's why they've delayed the ground invasion. Fucking brilliant.
As they bomb Gaza, risking their own hostages.
I'm going to keep speaking.
They don't care about killing
Palestine needs to be liberated from Hamas. Because when your governing body is a terrorist organization, that is the root of the problem. Not the alleged ethnic cleansing.
The ethnic cleansing of Palestine happened decades before Hamas was even created.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that Hamas should stay in power in Gaza?
I'm not here.
Burp in my mouth. Let me touch your butt. It's a good butt. I like touching your butt. My hands are cold.
Yeah, I can feel that.
I like your warm ass. It's really nice. Can you just stand here all night so I can just warm my hands up with your butt?
To talk about political organizations. No, I don't care about these questions because my people are being ethnically cleansed. Because I see the faces of 2,500 Palestinian children.
Yes.
She is getting those numbers from Hamas, and we know with almost absolute certainty they're a fucking lie. So, fuck right off.
Social media every day, charred, mutilated, having chemical weapons against them. So this is going to be my priority on this show, just like any Palestinian.
Chemical weapons used against them? Hamas are the ones who use fucking chemical weapons, you dumb bitch.
Around the world is speaking up for our cause.
You will also
stop using babies as human shields. Stop
it's the most densely populated region in the world.
Yeah, but you will also know
2.3 million Palestinians. Half of them are homeless.
Let me respond to you.
This is a ridiculous argument.
My question is whether you think it is good for the Palestinian people that Hamas stay in charge, given the scale of the terror attacks they carried out, given the inevitable response that's come from Israel, with the inevitable loss of Palestinian lives, given the displacement now of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians out of the north of...
And by the way, I mean, Palestine was getting really, really strong political support pre-October 7th, before this attack, and now it's completely flipped. So the idea that Hamas is a force for good is just insane.
Gaza into the south, and who knows what's going to happen. The devastation to Gaza and to Gazan people has been unbelievable and yet entirely predictable once Hamas decided to carry out the terror attack on the scale they did. I simply ask you, do you think that's a good thing for Palestine?
Is it not predictable that there will continue to be resistance to oppression as long as apartheid...
There we go. Oh, Hamas are freedom fighters. This woman is a fucking terrorist. Tell her bitch ass to get the fuck off the show.
Occupation, ethnic cleansing, genocide continues to exist. Whether Hamas exists or not is an irrelevant question, because as long as oppression against the Palestinian people exists, we will continue.
How can you end that oppression as you see it? And many would agree with you.
Why don't we address the oppression first? She called Israel an apartheid state, so I'd like to just define what apartheid is. It is segregation, like what South Africa is facing, but the alleged apartheid is because Israel set up security measures after the numerous bus bombings in 2000 and set up checkpoints, which they got very insulted by. But it's the same way that airports now require security after 9/11, reasonably so. So it is taking security precautions. Secondly, we have 3 Arabs, and if I'm not mistaken, Muslims currently sitting in the Knesset. Does that sound like apartheid
Let
to
me
you?
quote the Israeli defense minister and how they view
rights.
Palestinians. He said that we are fighting against human animals, that our soldiers will not be accountable for anything. There will be no fuel, no food, no water, and Gaza will...
Hamas are animals. You shouldn't consider Hamas as people. They are animals.
It ceased to exist.
Not a controversial statement.
This is what Yoav Gallant, the Israeli defense minister, has said.
Israeli defense minister's based.
This is how they refer to...
Somebody should make her suck the Israeli defense minister's cock. Fucking dumb shit. Yeah, that's a base statement. How the fuck... Why the hell would you consider Hamas like actual people? They are animals. Fuck them.
I think one of the big problems, I think one of the big problems leading up to this has been...
That's not apartheid. That's
well, let me just say what I think.
That's the language of ethnic cleansing and genocide, beyond apartheid.
Let me make the point I want to make, which is I think one of the problems leading up to this is that Benjamin Netanyahu, for political expediency to remain in power, has packed his cabinet with a bunch of right-wing headbangers whose rhetoric actually was incredibly incendiary and incredibly unhelpful. So I do think that. Actually.
And you know what? Even if you're right, unfortunately, the narrative that it's about the land, I'm sorry, the Hebron massacres in 1927, 1929, that was not about Israel. It is about the murder of Jews all over the world. National Jihad Day that I had to worry about being in Manhattan last Friday was not about Israel.
You mean the day where we had a protest where thousands of New Yorkers came out? That's not a national day of jihad. You're talking about a national day of jihad.
Let me ask you both. All right,
for her life. Who was killed?
That was a national day of jihad. They were celebrating a terrorist attack, so go fuck yourself.
In America, who was killed? A 6-year-old Palestinian boy
and a
was killed in Chicago.
You want to
was stabbed 26
That was appalling.
times.
It was appalling.
26 times.
Yeah, but Nadine,
so you're talking about being afraid for your life. I'm constantly afraid for my life as a Palestinian living in a Zionist
to those
city and
examples you just gave, they are appalling. Appalling. But I also find it very dispiriting that you can't just take a moment to say what happened to the people in Israel on October the 7th was also appalling.
But it came out of her mouth. She wants the Zionists dead, so how is she supposed to condemn it?
It would not have happened had Israel not initiated.
She won't even deny these accusations. Like, she should go full force. Just call her a fucking terrorist. Say that she wants Jews to be murdered. She won't even deny it. She's a Hamas supporter and she wants all Jews to be killed.
This, and you know this from the beginning. I think we always need
Israel
to go back
did nothing
to
that warranted what happened on October the 7th. Nothing.
Yeah, I saw the Meat Canyon vid on Sam Sulek. It was pretty funny.
Israel?
Nothing. The scale of that terror attack is like saying that America brought 9/11 on itself. I remember people saying that in the streets afterwards.
I think she
and
wants
that was
to go
equally,
back in time and
that
yell
was
at the
equally,
United Nations for
equally
dividing the
repellent to me. A terror attack is a terror attack is a terror attack. What Hamas did that day was unconscionable.
We have
anyone
no state,
with an
no
ounce of
government,
humanity
no army.
has to say that.
Anything that Palestinians do to defend themselves will always be categorized as a terrorist attack, because this is the position that the world has put us in.
Right,
I'm
final
not
point
responding to your questions.
I have a question. When was the last time?
Running defense for Israel because you Harvato taketh same position as Avi. Richard, you've no evidence for most of your claims and you're actually here siding with peers. This is why you should stick to veganism. You aren't emotionally equipped to talk politics.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you got a point. Thanks for the donation, Richie.
Palestine had full sovereignty over the land. Give me a date or even a year that Palestine had their own
I'm not going to engage with genocide deniers. If you want to make a point, you can say that.
She wants to be a child. How are you an attorney? God. Can you ask her, when did Palestine have full sovereignty over the land?
When did Palestine have full sovereignty?
When did full sovereignty? And I see that you're taking your talking points from her.
Well, you don't want to talk to me.
It's a question.
He has to do.
You don't have to answer it.
Do you want to answer me? and stop being a child? If you have a Jew in court, are you not going to represent them as an attorney?
This has nothing to do with Jewish people.
No, it does.
We actually have Jewish people protesting on the streets of New York City.
Yeah, but hang on.
In defense of Palestine.
Okay, let's not all shout over each other, but it has everything to do with Jewish people when Hamas's stated intent is to wipe Jewish people off the face of the earth.
I'm not the spokesperson of Hamas.
No,
I don't
yeah,
know
you
why
are.
you're
Say that's
having
wrong.
this conversation. That's all you're talking
Because
about.
you're defending
No,
them.
I'm here to flip the narrative and make sure
You
that
know
people
why
know
we're all
that
sitting
this
here?
government is funding Israel to the tune of $10 million a day, $3
right.
billion a year, and they're asking for an additional $14 billion in aid.
Okay.
The bombs that are being manufactured by U.S. companies are what's being dropped on Gaza. The world
Based. They need to make more bombs so we can kill more fucking Hamas.
is watching a genocide happening and is not doing anything
Biden gave
about
$100
it.
million
So the most
to Gaza
important thing for me
terrorists.
to
Okay,
do
we have
right
to-
now is to stop this genocide.
Okay.
Address
And
your
questions
question.
about Hamas are not going to do that.
Okay.
It's condemning
It's the
genocide of the
government of
Palestinian
Palestine.
people and condemning the UK
Nadine?
and US governments
Nadine?
that we live under, that I pay taxes to,
Nadine?
that are killing Palestinian people every day. And the UN
Nadine?
already said that Gaza would be unlivable by 2020.
Mm-hmm.
The UN had already
Vorshones your ass, you little chicken shit bastard.
I challenged Vosh to a debate. He actually emailed me back, and he asked what my disagreements with him were. I listed the disagreements I had, and if he'd be interested in debating, and he hasn't gotten back to me. Thanks for the donation, though, Jimmy. Appreciate it. Fuck.
Hi VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. Just listening to this terrorist cunt makes me think of this as always lol.
Let me take a look, Ben.
Flippity flappity floop. Jihad, jihad.
What's up, Bin Laden?
Aruba dooba dooba. Durba durba hach.
Yep. That's what they all sound like. Thanks for that donation, Ben.
said that most of the hospitals in Gaza, at least 2/3 of the healthcare facilities, are not being able to provide.
Today,
are not able to.
I think it's
function.
wrong.
So it's
I think
not
it's
just
wrong
the
today.
airstrikes and the missiles that are going to kill people. The siege and blockade has been killing people,
You should
and it
be
will
able,
continue to
Nadine,
people.
you should be able to say that that is all wrong, which I believe it is wrong, and you should also be able to say that what happened on October the 7th was wrong. A human being who cares equally about the lives of all human beings would be able to say that
I do
both
care
those
about
things
the
are wrong.
lives of all human beings equally, and that's why exactly I believe that
No, you don't. You're a Hamas supporter. You want to kill all Jews.
in order to preserve human life, you must end the siege on Gaza.
Okay.
You must end the blockade.
We've run out of-
You must end the settler colonization
Well, that's not going to happen, so go fuck yourself.
of Palestine.
It's
Free
a
Palestine from Hamas.
It's a passionate debate, and I understand why emotions run high. I appreciate you both coming in. Thank you very much indeed. Come back. Let's continue the debate. You only get to peace in these things, I can promise you, by thrashing these things out. People that
What a crazy, crazy bitch. Like, holy shit, dude. Frank Tufano, copper toxicity, oral zinc in Wilson's disease.
So I've been trying to figure out the interactions between copper and certain nutrients, vitamin C, vitamin D, magnesium, and zinc. What I've found is that balance is critical over deficiencies, and that excess copper in the body is one of the reasons I might not be feeling so good recovering from my liver damage. With all the meat I've been eating, you would assume my zinc intake is so high that the possibility of a copper excess or toxicity, it's just not possible. However, my blood work has shown otherwise, with copper being over the maximum limit and my zinc was almost near deficiency. And I couldn't find legitimate guidance on this backed by case studies, or at least no one suggested it to me, so I dug a little.
Frank, stop eating like a fucking retard and just eat normal foods. You'll be good if you do that. Like, he eats the dumbest shit. He eats like raw testicles, tons of red meat still. Like, just eat normal fucking foods, dude.
A little further. Importance of nutrient balance. Mineral and vitamin ratios in states of metabolic dysfunction can be unpredictable and extreme. So my liver damage and the constant detoxing likely puts a great demand on the amount of zinc required. So, you know, a normal, even eating 2 or 3 pounds of meat on the carnivore diet might not have been enough zinc in my specific context. Now, I did a little bit of research, and the main things I found were studies on Wilson's disease, which is a hereditary, probably environmental, disorder of copper metabolism producing abnormally high levels of non-ceruloplasmin bound.
Yes, just repeat words that you don't know what they mean. Wilson's disease. Hepatoloniticular degeneration. Rare autosomal recessive disorder caused by abnormal copper accumulation in the body, particularly involving the brain, liver, cornea. Affects 1 in 30,000 individuals, may present as weakness, abdominal pain, jaundice, personality changes, seizure, etc. So mutations linked to a gene called ATP7B cause Wilson's disease. Gene mutations prevent the body from removing extra copper. Fart shootin' donated $2. Anti-Semites. Let me see. Dude, every time somebody links me Twitter, I think they're sending me an X videos link because I see X and I think they're giving me like a porn link. NYU happening now. Students are spotted holding up a Nazi-era anti-Semitic sign wanting to rid the world of Jews. Dude, what the fuck? That is crazy. Where are the school shooters when you need them? Bruh. Why aren't all these people, like, banned from their universities for doing this shit? It's nuts. Like, they must be so hungry for that tuition money that they're fine with, you know, having anti-Semites at school.
Bound copper. Now, ceruloplasmin is a very complex protein. It's involved in the metabolism of many other nutrients. Some of those we mentioned earlier, magnesium, vitamin D, and especially iron. Both my copper and ceruloplasmin levels were elevated on my blood work, and if you start looking up the symptoms of that, the copper toxicity, it can really tie together with similar symptoms of liver damage. So, you know, is it really hereditary, or is it because people aren't getting a balanced diet now? Now, I've done in-depth videos on every mineral you would want to know about, and I have spoken before about the importance of hair mineral analysis in determining, you know, what your approximate mineral levels in your body are, which isn't always 100% accurate. That's why I got the blood work too. But after looking at that blood work, it was pretty obvious I needed to supplement zinc because it did not show up on the hair mineral test. The human body stores 2.5 grams of zinc. That's for men, women's a little less, and it depends on your body size. So zinc tissue saturation, how much zinc your body can store is 2.5 grams. So hypothetically, you would need to take that much zinc over a moderate period of time to say that you can't be deficient. But how does copper play into that? You know, if you have excess copper stores, is the zinc actually being replenished? Or is it just chelating the copper out? Now, zinc supplements are typically 15 milligrams, and that 15 milligrams is not the elementally available amount of zinc. Typically, that's less than half of the advertised amount. So even taking 10 of your typical zinc capsules per day, that's 10 pills, it would take over a month to reach tissue saturation. Doesn't seem safe to take that much.
I don't know where he got these numbers from. I'm not sure how long it takes to recover from deficiency. Since it's a mineral, probably not that long.
But there are studies that have experimented with higher doses, and it's interesting because, you know, the amount of zinc you can physically get from meat on a daily basis, you know, people can say, oh, you're going to get 40, 50 milligrams of zinc from red meat if you eat 2 pounds of red meat a day. You might not absorb half of it. So realistically, saying that your body is absorbing any more than 15 milligrams of zinc per day from food sources would be just not possible. Moving on to this study, which is the sole reason I'm making this video for you guys today, because the takeaway from this is very significant and important. Oral zinc in Wilson's disease. In 1961, Schwink, could have a better name, described the antagonistic influence of zinc, Schwink, zinc, hey, it makes sense, on the reabsorption. I'm losing my mind, guys. In 1961, Schwink described the antagonistic influence of zinc on the resorption of copper in the gastrointestinal tract in 2 patients with Wilson's disease. When the patients took oral zinc sulfate 3 times 200 milligrams a day, corresponding to 240 milligrams of zinc per day, crazy, the copper balance reached equilibrium through increased fecal excretion. Schwink assumed that zinc directly interfered with copper resorption at the intestinal wall, and this was subsequently proved. We have studied the influence of oral zinc sulfate.
Subsequent. He doesn't know how to pronounce subsequent.
On copper metabolism in a patient with Wilson's disease by radiocopper loading tests. Since we're obviously reading the study, I'm not going to post it up with the rest of my script.
The amount of propaganda being spewed out of the back end of Hamas occupied Gaza is never ending.
Let me take a look. Gaza is an open-air prison, they say. Yeah, that just because there's nice places in Gaza doesn't mean it isn't an open-air prison. But, Black and Jewish unity. So, like, what, because there's bouncy castles, Gaza's just fine? That's fucking stupid. There looks like there's a lot of fucking cute-ass girls in Gaza, though, I will say that. I like how a lot of them have really fucking big noses. Yeah, these girls are cute, and they have, like, nice, big Middle Eastern noses. Damn. Dude, they all have nice, big, thick noses. It's fucking hot. Shit. I didn't know there were so many cute-ass Palestinian girls. Holy shit, look at the schnoz on this chick. That is a good fucking schnoz. Shut up.
It's too much.
Just saying, that's a nice big thick nose. Yeah, these are some good big noses. Thanks for the donation, Bend Over.
When first seen at this hospital in June 1977 at the age of 16, patient was diagnosed with Wilson's disease on the basis of rigidity, dystonia, micrographia, dysarthria, Kaiser-Fleischer rings. I mean, you guys can look all that stuff up. And the following laboratory data: serum ceruloplasmin 9 milligrams per deciliter, normal is 25 to 43. Serum copper is 50 Tg deciliter. I don't know what Tg stands for. Normal is 80 to 140. So his serum copper and ceruloplasmin were low. But urine copper was 350 grams over 24 hours, and normal is 5 to 25. So extreme excretion of urine. Radiocopper loading patterns prove, they tried a chelate study, is the absolutely insane high amount of copper that the human body is able to store in toxic levels. It took 6 months of over 200 milligrams of elementally available zinc in the patient's diet to significantly reduce the accumulated copper. That'd be like eating 10 to 15 pounds of meat per day worth of zinc, even more.
Or you could just take a supplement. By the way, he's talking about a disease that affects roughly 1 in 30,000 people.
Also important, there were no negative side effects of those crazy high zinc doses. However, I would assume taking that much zinc is going to heavily reduce other mineral levels, especially iron, sulfur, and calcium. And then you're going to have interactions with things like magnesium too. Reducing iron and sulfur would actually benefit most people, but eventually I think the calcium levels might get too low. And I would be curious in that study if they gave the patient the other minerals that he might be deficient in addition to like B vitamins or stuff that he weeks now in higher grown hair. If you
Boring, dumb, pointless video. Just like all of his other videos. Let's see. Oh my god. Well. UN Secretary General condemns Israel's unhinged attacks on Gaza.
It's been...
The UN was... I'm not even watching this video. The UN was promoting misinformation put out by Hamas. So, like, I don't know why you'd necessarily trust the UN Secretary General on anything. Like, they're literally repeating Hamas lies and propaganda, so... Dude, I am so fucking tired. Oh my god.
You cooling off? Boop.
Whoa. Dude, imagine booping a jaguar on the snoot.
You look so comfy.
Wow, that's a good jaguar. That's a good fucking kitty. Look at that kitty. Oh my god, he's so big. That's a big freaking kitty. That's a good cat.
Been following this girl for a while. I think she has the nicest natural booty. She's pretty strong and a crazy athlete. She started strongman not even a year ago. Might be your type.
Let me take a look. That is a pretty damn good
Fan
butt.
Sundus for being an anti-vax retard. Also, have you listened to Bad Brains before 77,777 kkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkk
I've never listened to Bad Brains before. Thanks for that donation, dude. Huh. Yeah, she's pretty. Oh, I know of her. She eats a horrible diet. Like, a lot of animal products. Like, she's practically on a carnivore diet almost. Really, really terrible person. I unfollowed her because of that. Good butt, though. Yeah, I know of her. Thanks for the donation, though, Quest.
So
I got a liter bike. I'm so cool. Doesn't even have gas gauges.
We got a gas light, okay?
They spent the extra money in the engine and we're like, nah, fuel gauge.
We don't need that. We don't need that. You know why? Because we're the best in the world. That's
Yeah,
why.
you know, these bikes suck gas like crazy, but they don't need a fuel gauge.
We just don't. We just assume we're always out of gas.
Oh, I got a...
That is a very pretty car. Yeah, damn, dude, that is a pretty sick looking car. Oh, here we go. 5 exercises to skyrocket your gains and dominate the gym. Let me tell you this should be good.
Story. I'm 17 years old and I'm in a dark room. I'm in the garage of my house, and this is where we have our home gym. There's a bench, a couple of adjustable dumbbells, and a little barbell. I've only been working out for about a month so far, but I'm stood here in the cold, in the dark, and I've got like little weightlifting gloves on and everything, and I'm having like an average or maybe a little bit below average of a day, if I'm honest. I still feel like a loser even though I've been training hard. I've wasted like 2 hours today like fapping and watching YouTube videos and everything. But at least I'm here now in the gym. And so, I'm doing...
Dodo Tillers, how come you didn't do the debate with the stupid girl today? The traffic was really bad going to Hamilton, and I just couldn't get back in time, so I just told her to reschedule. We're going to basically do the part 2 of the debate on Friday now. Also, if you ever do a debate with Jank on Hamas Israel, can you also bring up veganism and name the trade or push for another debate?
Okay, I was wrong that just because you can see fun things to do in Gaza doesn't make it not an open-air prison. I agree with you that. Anywho, did you hear that the GOP finally elected a speaker?
Yeah, I did. I'll look at that link in a second. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Also, can you bring up Islam being the religion of peace? I'm sure that will naturally come up in a conversation about Israel-Palestine. But yeah, hopefully I could at some point debate Jank, but probably not going to happen. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Let me see, Ben.
We have a Speaker of the House, meaning our government can go back to barely functioning. Bad news. Republicans unanimously chose Mike Johnson, a climate-denying, election-denying religious zealot who bears a striking resemblance to Chicken Little. Right? Right? Except this cock took his conspiracy theories all the way to Capitol Hill. So who is Mike Johnson? So glad you asked. Our new speaker authored a national Don't Say Gay bill and supports criminalizing same-sex relations. He also supports a no exceptions national abortion ban for the most Republican of reasons.
If we had all those able-bodied workers in the economy, we wouldn't be going upside down and toppling over like this.
Forcing women into labor for the labor force. And this familiar face loves the new speaker.
I think Mike Johnson is doing very well. He's a tremendous congressman.
Huh, why the bromance? Maybe it's because Johnson orchestrated the plan to overturn the 2020 election in Congress. Or maybe it's because his loyalty to Mango Mussolini earned him the nickname MAGA Mike. Not to be confused with Magic Mike, totally different plot, but both involve real dicks. But here's the thing, if
Yeah, I heard Johnson's a crazy wacko religious zealot and big MAGA supporter. It's Republicans, right? Like, who else is it gonna be? Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Hi, Donated Tillers. How's dieting going? What's the body weight? And how are you feeling in terms of diet? Do you have diet fatigue right now? So, I've taken a break from dieting for about 3 weeks now. 1, to recover. 2, I went back to dieting for a week, and I ended up getting vaccinated for the new COVID vaccine, and I've been like sick for the last week since I got it, so I'm gonna go back to dieting and training tomorrow. But right now I'm down to 235, and I should be down to 220 in about 4-ish weeks. So I'm kind of sick of dieting, to be honest, but it's not like it's hard. So, yeah, especially with how fast I'm losing weight and the fact that I'm not like getting hungry, it's not that hard. But I don't want to do it anymore. Thanks for the donation though, Hi, appreciate it.
Vegan Gains. Are you streaming this on your channel? I don't remember giving you permission to do that. Bye bye.
Well, I don't need permission because I'm a grown boy. Thanks for the donation though, Debate God. Appreciate it.
1 set, 2 sets, 3 sets. Starting to feel good, get sweaty, and slowly I'm warming up and my emotions are feeling better, and a good song comes on, and before I know it, I'm literally in front of the little mirror, like dancing and flexing and feeling good, and it just hits me of how beautiful this is. That as a young guy, I can be here right now and feel so awesome doing something so productive, when for most of my life I've just been playing video games for the same feeling of like a high. The lesson of this story, many young guys know this, is just how beautiful weightlifting and going to the gym is for us. How powerful it is as a young masculine man, as part of this like tribe that we're all in to become strong. It is like literally the core habit for all of us, isn't it? It's like going to the gym is like the first core self-improvement habit for most of us. I want to give you 5 exercises that I think are probably better than a lot others when it comes to just building muscle, but also like feeling awesome. By the way, bro, you're consuming all of these educational videos, which is awesome.
I don't need $2. Do you recommend huge deficits to get over with dieting? I want to do it, but don't want to lose muscle. No. Do not recommend it because most people can't tolerate diets like that. And most people would also lose a significant amount of muscle.
Which one of you is kinky, you or Jasmine?
Oh, I am way, way kinkier than Jasmine. There's no comparison. I am a sick, disgusting pervert, and Jasmine is a sweet, polite woman. Thanks for the donation, though, Bananas for Incels. But yeah, I like the reason I'm able to maintain or even gain muscle while on a stupid diet like this is like pretty much entirely genetics. I just don't really lose muscle very easily. Thanks for the donation, though, Hi.
But let's be more serious. There is a war on masculinity. And
there is not a war on masculinity, and nobody should buy this idiot's Adonis School thing.
It's literally like one of the most famous after you finish watching this one. And the first exercise is incline bench press.
Incline bench press is not a particularly good chest builder. I don't know why I don't know if this is in any particular order, but if this is an order of best chest exercises to least best, incline bench would be towards the end. The majority of your pec muscle mass is towards the middle and bottom, and your entire chest is worked when you do a flat bench. So incline press is going to work a lower amount of the muscle mass on your chest compared to a flat bench. So for that reason, incline press should be low on the list. It's just not going to work as much musculature as a flat bench.
The bench press is literally like one of the most famous exercises, one of the most popular, and everyone seems to do just flat bench press to start off like their chest day or their push session. And that can be awesome. What I will say though is the risk of injury with flat bench is much, much higher than the risk of injury with incline or decline.
I don't know where you got that idea from. Maybe. I haven't seen any data that incline press is any safer. The only reason that I could imagine it might be is because the load is lower, so you are using less absolute load when incline pressing. But again, if you're going to say, well, oh, the risk of injury is higher, well, okay, is it a meaningful increased risk of injury? Like it's essentially the same movement, only you're on a bit of an incline. So if there's not a meaningful difference in risk of injury, why would you...
I'm only consuming 1,600 calories a day for cutting. Would it be a bad idea to just change it to 1,800 calories? Dieting success. I miss Oreos.
If you're losing weight very rapidly, anyway, then it's not necessarily a bad idea. If you want to eat slightly more and it improves diet adherence, and you're still able to lose weight at a rate that you are okay with, then why not? So if it improves diet adherence in the long run, then I'd say go for it. Hope that helps. Thanks for the donation, Dutchy. Yeah, so if there's no real meaningful difference in injury risk between flat and incline pressing, why would you have incline press at number one when bench is better? It's just a better chest developer.
Decline bench press. This is something that a lot of young guys don't think about, but over your entire life of like literally 50 years of lifting weights, flat bench press is going to injure you at some point. It's just basically inevitable.
I don't know why you'd say that. You could say that about any exercise. So should we just not train at all because any exercise could potentially injure us?
You know, someone will react to this video and say, no, if you've got good form, but it's like, generally, if you are challenging yourself, at some point, you probably will get injured, and it's probably going to be in either bench press, deadlift, or squat. It's going to be in with those exercises. If you just give it the smallest degree of incline or decline, the risk of injury drops dramatically just because...
Not true.
Because of how like the bench sort of like supports your shoulder, and it changes like the arc that you have.
The bench does not support your shoulder better on an incline.
In your back. Not only that, if you do incline bench press, just a little bit of an incline, 15 degrees, 30 degrees, you'll build the upper part of your chest. This is like standard like bro knowledge now. The bigger the incline, the more that the activation will go like basically up your chest and up in.
That's not true. Higher inclines do not activate your upper chest to any greater degree. So a 15 to 30 degree incline is going to work your upper chest more than a flat bench, but a 45 to 60 degree incline is not going to activate your upper chest any more than a 15 to 30 degree incline.
Into the shoulder. So if you're completely flat, it'll be like most of your chest here. Of course, it'll still hit your like upper chest and everything as well. But this is if you really want to get like specific with your training and you really care about, you know, magnifying like every inch.
So I only do one incline bench session per week. Like again, the majority of your chest is activated when you do flat bench. So you don't need much additional volume for incline bench, and I think I have a pretty well-developed chest. Both my lower, middle, and upper pecs are pretty well developed. And I only do one incline pressing session per week. You do not need to focus on incline movements all that much.
As you want, like sculpt it perfectly. If you do flat bench, it's like more on like this part of the pec. Once you get a higher incline degree, it'll go upper and upper and upper till eventually, if you're like completely upright, for example, if you're stood up straight or if you're like sat up straight, well, that's going to hit the front delt there. So if you bring it back to about 45 degrees angle, 30 degrees, 15 degrees, you'll naturally hit this.
You only need a 15 to 30 degree angle.
Upper chest, and that's actually the most attractive part. So you can see that if I'm like this, what looks nice is this little gap between my chest there. And if I had hit incline bench press for longer in my life, like I didn't hit it till about 4 years into my training, right now my chest would actually look way like bigger, even if it was basically like.
Your chest would look bigger if you knew how to train properly and eat well. This guy trains like a pussy. He's never gotten an interest in getting big, like had an interest in getting big or strong. He's just tried to stay skinny for too long. And he also trains like a bitch. He's afraid of lifting heavy weights. So, like, exercise selection is really the least of his problems.
The same size, but just more of the mass was up at the upper chest part. That's a whole like bro spill of words. Basically, if you hit incline bench press, your chest is going to look more aesthetic than if you just did flat bench press. Barbell or dumbbell, you choose your preference. For me, I often change it.
No, you should focus on barbell lifts. It's not just a matter of preference. You're never going to get a chest the same size as if you were to focus on barbell movements. Most commercial gyms, the dumbbells only go up to 100 pounds. If that, there's a lot of commercial gyms where the dumbbells only go up to like 80 or 90. Rarely will you ever see like commercial gyms have dumbbells that go up to like 120. So that's only 240 pounds across both arms. That's not much weight. You can basically infinitely add weight to a barbell bench press. So the best bench that I've got for reps is 340 for sets of 3. You wouldn't be able to lift those sorts of weights with a dumbbell. You'll never get to those weights. And I've done 300 for sets of 8 for when I'm doing rep work. So when are you going to find dumbbells that will give you that sort of loading? You never will. And I don't even think it's a good idea to use dumbbells for, with 150 pounds. Like, they just become so big and so unwieldy that it's unreasonable to train with that kind of weight for dumbbell press. So it's not a matter of personal preference. You just should focus on barbell lifts. Using dumbbells for dumbbell pressing, it's an accessory lift. They are important for getting additional volume in, but they shouldn't be a main lift, generally speaking.
Like, dumbbell feels better, but then I feel like it's just kind of annoying to set up. There's so much more movements. You've got to like get the dumbbell from the rack. Okay, bring it here, bring the legs here, and then push it up here. Then what I mean. So I've often preferred bench press, barbell press, but I will say that dumbbell press gives me like a nice, better squeeze, which I personally think is more important for when you're actually trying to get like muscle.
This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. So, the reason he gets a better, like, squeeze or mind-muscle connection with dumbbells is because he doesn't know how to bench press properly. Plain and simple, he just doesn't know how to bench press properly. On top of that, mind-muscle connection isn't really all that important. What's more important is that you're, actually getting adequate volume in. And with a barbell, you can get more volume and get a greater raw stimulus magnitude. So let's say you're an average dude. If you can do a flat bench with 200 pounds for 10 reps, you will probably be able to do something like 80, like let's say 75 or 80 pound dumbbells for the same amount of repetitions. So you're using 40 pounds less weight, but getting the same reps. It doesn't matter if you feel a better pump or squeeze using the dumbbells. You're using significantly less weight and you're doing more volume across that. Like, it's just less total tonnage. You're not going to grow as much muscle. So volume is the driver of hypertrophy. If you're lifting more total tonnage with a barbell, you are going to build more muscle with the barbell movement.
Gain. The second exercise, which many guys don't do, is hip thrust. So many guys will squat and deadlift.
Hip thrusts are not a particularly good exercise. They're okay. They're not particularly good. They're very difficult to set up as well. I would say rather than doing glute hip thrusts, you're probably better off with lunges, especially lunges with a incline. So you put like an extra weight plate or two, and you use that to create a bigger depth to actually lunge down into, and that'll help activate your glutes more.
And those feel like alpha exercises. Hip thrust is kind of like the exercise that you see a bunch of the girls do in the gym, and often it builds like a really, really beautiful physique in girls when they just do hip thrust. Many guys are almost afraid to do hip thrust because, one, it kind of feels like, oh, it's gay. It's like, girls do it. Or two, many guys do rightly say like, oh, you don't really need to do it. You can do Romanian deadlifts or normal deadlifts or squats and it's fine. What I will say is hip thrust hit your glutes and your hamstring really well. And
they do not hit your hamstrings well. You basically get zero hamstring activation. And again, you're going to get better glute activation from doing lunges, especially if you do lunges on an elevated platform.
Glutes specifically are a very important part of the leg because your glutes are kind of like the shoulders of your leg, where, if you like to have nice looking arms, it's actually not about the arms. It's actually about the separation of your delt to the arm. So essentially, it's like when girls say, oh, he's got nice arms, often they don't even know what they're talking about because it's not arms what they're talking about. It's not biceps or triceps. It's actually literally lateral delts that girls are attracted to because it gives you a shoulder look. It's the same thing with legs. If we just look at you and you're not doing a full-on quad stretch, but you're just walking through the street, your legs will look a lot more jacked and you'll look a lot more strong and like thick if you had bigger glutes and hamstrings than quads.
No. Like, what? Your butt is going to look bigger if you have a bigger butt, but your legs are going to look the same. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, it's a totally different muscle group.
Quads are kind of like the muscle that everyone wants to train and, do squats and stuff, and that's awesome. But if you want to have like that almost shoulder effect for the arm, you want bigger glutes for the legs. It gives you more of like this sort of thick butt look, which almost sounds absurd for guys, but trust me when I say like that's actually like it's very attractive and you look like you're strong, like you can move some big weights. And also just for like the sort of ego fun, hip thrust is the only exercise, at least for me, where I can make the bar bend. So there's videos of me where I've done like 200, 220 kg, to whatever it was, 230 kg hip thrust. And that's like literally the standard Olympic bar starts bending at that weight. So that's...
Buddy, like... it's because it's not a very good exercise. Like that's why you're able to use that much weight.
That just feels like an awesome feeling. What is that? That's like 400 and something pounds, something like that. Maybe close to 500 pounds I've hip thrust before. The third exercise, which is really important for men, and you probably thought I was going to put this in if you're a bit more of like a based young man and you've been watching videos like this for a while, is actually neck. Training your neck with neck curls and neck extension.
Yeah, so usually when people get more muscular, their neck also grows. So some people don't, I'd say a lot of people, like probably 50%, don't really need to train their neck because their neck will just get bigger with the training they do. I'm not one of those people. I'd say like about 50% of people do need to directly train their neck to get their neck thicker. So yeah, it is important to train the neck. I would agree with that.
So neck curls are when you bring your like chin towards your body, and neck extensions when you move your chin up into the sky. And you do this whilst just like sat on a bench, and you can put the weight like above you like this, or you can put the weight on the back of your head like that. When you look at the pictures of guys who have had like their necks photoshopped, it's such a big difference that the only difference between these pictures right now is that the guy's neck has just been photoshopped to be bigger. But if you were actually honest and I asked you, but just at looking at these two little profile pictures, if you had to fight one of these guys, you'd naturally choose the one on the left who's got a skinnier neck.
Was he assuming his editor was gonna like edit in photos? Because that's what it seems like, but then there's no photos on screen.
If you had to, like, you know, have one of these guys lead you into battle, you choose the one on the right who's got the thicker neck. It makes a bigger difference than you realize. It just kind of makes you look a lot more masculine. I realized that my neck was slacking when the amount of guys that I'd speak to who, when they'd see me in person after watching my videos, they'd always say the same thing, which is like, oh man, you're so much bigger in person than I thought you'd be. And I kept on hearing from like guys say that to me, and I was wondering why, because I was like, why isn't, like, you know, my physique coming across? Well, I was like, well, in my videos, you only really see from this upwards. And that's why I started to focus so much more on the upper chest and the neck, because I realized, well, like, for most of your life, really the muscles that are visible are actually some of these. It's like the upper chest, which will push out all kinds of shirt. Never mind, obviously, these like open ones. But your neck is basically all...
Like, it's so weird. He says he works his upper chest like crazy. You can't tell that he really trains his chest. Like, he has a flat chest. Like, if you look at me, you can see my upper chest poking out like crazy whenever, like, I wear shirts. Like, you can see I have a really thick upper chest. And I only ever train my upper chest, like, once per week. Like, does this... I'm just wondering if this guy even lifts. Like, I don't think he really trains as much as he claims, because he talks about really trying to build his upper chest and neck and stuff, and then you can't tell that he even trains these things.
Always visible. Jackets, full sleeves. Even if you imagine like a turtleneck, like a full neck shirt, even that will, like, it'll be clear that you've got a thick neck. If you saw Mike Tyson in like a full neck shirt or even a turtleneck, his neck will still look thick. It's one of those muscles that is like, it's always obvious. When you train your abs, it's like, it's often hidden. When you train, sometimes even your like some like calves or something, it feels hidden. Sometimes you train like lateral delts and it feels hidden a little bit. Neck is one which is always there.
Somebody's in the waiting room. Oh, Mr. Slave. Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? I texted in Proposition 84. Can you see it?
Where?
In the text of the waiting room. Let me paste it maybe also here. I don't think I can text in this group.
You have to post it in tea time.
A what?
It has to be posted in like tea time.
Oh, tea time? Okay, let me post it in tea time. There you go. So, burning fossil fuels, if you can see it.
Okay.
Do you...
Burning fossil fuels, coal, gas cannot cause global warming in the long run. Fossil fuel is ancient carbon-based life, such as dead trees. When we burn these, we are recycling their carbon back into the air. From where it came, reintroducing this carbon back into the air will just increase the mass of the biosphere. It will not change CO2 concentration in the air. Well, that's been proven false, because we know the exact carbon isotopes that are produced by burning things like coal and gas, and that exact CO2 has been building up in the atmosphere and increasing. So that's just plain and simple not true.
Well, if you read my proposition, it's impossible that the cause is burning fossil fuels.
No.
So
CO2 is a greenhouse gas that was discovered back in the 1800s. So it prevents infrared from escaping the atmosphere. Like, again, this theory of global warming was actually created in the 1800s, like before there was any kind of political interest in like green energy technologies and shit like this. This was just an observation that a scientist made that carbon dioxide is an insulator. And again, like what you're saying, that you can't increase the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere, you absolutely can. It is increasing the CO2 concentration in the air. And we know the exact isotopes of carbon that are being produced by burning fossil fuels, and you see those exact isotopes of carbon in the atmosphere right now. And again, it directly coincides with the increasing temperatures we're seeing.
Are you familiar with the carbon cycle?
Yeah, so it doesn't matter. We know the exact isotopes of carbon that are being produced by burning these fuels, and they're increasing in the atmosphere. The carbon cycle has nothing to do with this.
Wait, when the carbon cycle means that when you dig up fossil
Carbon
fuels,
cycle
you're just
is a red herring. Do you think you can infinitely keep increasing CO2 and the carbon cycle will keep CO2 at neutral, the same levels? Yeah, the carbon cycle exists. It doesn't mean that it's going to keep CO2 at the same constant levels.
Okay, so when you introduce carbon through, when you introduce it as carbon dioxide, you combine it with the oxygen in the air. So you're introducing carbon into the atmosphere. It is injected, you're injecting it into the biosphere, right? The trees, all the
You're not
green
understanding
life
what I'm
forms.
saying. Just because there's a carbon cycle, it doesn't mean you can infinitely increase CO2 emissions, and CO2 in the atmosphere will stay the same. And I mean, again, we have empiric data for this. CO2 in the atmosphere is increasing.
I mean, the empiric data is just correlation. You need.
What do you mean correlation? CO2 in the atmosphere is increasing. The claim you're making is that CO2 can't increase.
No. I'm saying it cannot be caused. You could have fluctuation.
Yes, it can. It's not correlation. We know the exact isotopes of carbon that are produced from burning fossil fuels, and those exact isotopes of carbon are found in the atmosphere at increasing concentrations. That isn't correlation. That's just a direct observation.
Okay, let's hold on the empirics. Let's start with, first principles. Let's just discuss the mechanics, the molecular mechanics.
No, there's no need. If you're going to deny that fact, then there's no point in debating. I might as well debate a flat earther.
Not denying. I'm saying let's hold off on the empirics.
No,
Let's
this conversation doesn't interest me. You just seem delusional. Take care, dude.
All right, thank you.
What the fuck? This guy's an idiot.
I'll give you a few tips with training neck because I've been doing it religiously now for a few years. When you're doing the forward one, curl and neck extension, these days I don't actually use actual weights. What I do is I just kind of use my hand instead. So I've always hated neck setup. I've hated training neck because it's just so annoying grabbing the weight, putting it there onto your neck. It feels a little bit unsafe. It feels weird. It's it's this heavy, weird feeling and everything. It feels really unsafe in a public gym as well. And so these days I use basically unweighted, but I'll just kind of do slower reps and I'll really squeeze it slowly. And I'll also just randomly put my fist like this.
What do you mean unweighted? The only way to overload is to use weights. If you're just going to estimate the amount of weight you're using by using manual resistance, you're kind of just wasting your time. Why does he even think that feels unsafe? This just seems like he's a fucking pussy.
And press against my neck like that as well. So you can argue that, but it's not even. You don't know exactly what weight, how much volume that force there is pushing right now, because it's kind of weird to push at the same time that you're trying to move it and stuff. So it's definitely not.
So when are you gonna collab with that tranny? I've been saving my nut for a few weeks now just for that. How much longer am I gonna have to wait? Asshole. Jew. Blackie.
I don't know. I don't know if it's going to happen anymore. Don't really care. Thanks for the donation, though, Lionheart.
Not accurate, but these days I just prefer doing that than actually grabbing a bunch of plates or using the bondage BDSM stuff, the gear that you put on your face and the masks and everything. I don't want to use any of that. It's just annoying having it all on your face. It's ripping into your beard. I've got the heavy weight here.
This guy is extremely lazy and complacent. Again, it's no wonder why he doesn't have much gains.
with a towel, and I don't want to use that, so I literally just do it like this. And what I will say, actually, I actually found a huge improvement to my neck when I did the side by side one. So it's so much easier doing like just forward curl or maybe a neck extension like this one, but actually doing it on the side, so just doing it like this, which you can literally just do as you sit and watch me right now, which is quite nice. You can literally just do this with your neck. Start here and push there. That's it. And what you can do is just press against you. There you go. So if I start here, now I'm going to press my neck down with my fingers, and I'm just going to press against that for a rep. There you go, 1 rep.
Fred donated $2. Are you still going to face fuck that tranny? Probably not. Thanks for the donation, Fred.
2 rep. 3 reps. Do 20 or 30 of those. Do the same thing here. In a weird, like, you're still going to actually make muscle. I know it seems like goofy or whatever, but you're literally going to still make muscle, and you can do that whilst you're literally sat watching YouTube. The 4th exercise I actually want to tell you about is a new one that, I'm not going to lie, it sounds kind of sad, but like I saw a tweet from Andrew Tate doing this exercise, and I was like, oh, it actually looks like really cool, so I'm going to try it. Basically, you just sit down. Like, I'll show you like a video of me. You sit down, you grab light dumbbells.
That does nothing. Andrew Tate doesn't know anything about training.
And you just kind of go like this.
So this guy literally is just Andrew Tate's fucking bitch boy. If Andrew Tate does it, then monkey see, monkey do. He's gonna do it. This exercise does nothing for you.
Almost like it'd be some kind of like incline press, but you go for like reps or time under tension. And I'm not doing this specifically just to make gains or anything, because I'm going for like literally 50 reps, 100 reps on this one. So it's not about making muscle, but it's actually about the endurance for fighting. So if you're into martial arts, if you're into especially striking with boxing, or you do MMA, it's often like one of the biggest problems when you're a beginner is like your shoulders get tired and you kind of want to.
What? This is idiotic. That's not going to help you improve endurance for fighting. Practice sparring. Practice hitting on a heavy bag or something. Do shadow boxing. That's not going to help you with endurance for fighting.
Drop the arms, you almost get like a little bit too tired and fatigued to like keep your arms up. When you do a bunch of reps of this sort of dumbbell forward shoulder press, I don't know what we'd call it, like seated dumbbell forward boxer press, whatever it is, right? When you do like a set of 100 of these and you're in time under tension for like 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, it's very similar to being in a round of boxing where you're throwing these punches. And so it's just,
no, it's not.
Feels kind of fun because it's so different from all kinds of training that I've done before. We do these slow reps, we do front raises, presses, whatever. This was a very different style, and you're just going for as many reps as possible. So it's quite like a nice like brain dead movement. Choose a nice lightweight. I think I use like 5 kg dumbbells, so 5 kg. And my goal now is 105 reps without putting it down. It's almost like a mental thing. So if you're trying to maximize muscle,
Hamza is a genius. From now on I'm dropping the weights and switching to holding my wrist for resistance with one hand and trying to curl with the other. Grade 4 muscle building logic for the win.
Yeah, like he's just lazy and complacent. Like that's all it is. He doesn't want to use weights because that would be hard. He'd have to get up off his ass and actually pick up weights or something. He's just fucking lazy. Thanks for the donation, though, Quest.
This won't really help you that much. But if you actually kind of want to feel like strong in your body in cases you get into a fight or you want to improve for martial arts.
I wonder if Hamza actually has friends in real life. Like what other man would be interested in this guy's company if they weren't just 13-year-old virgins? He's such an unimpressive retard, I simply don't understand over 2 million subs interested in him.
Chances are the only people who want to be friends with him want to be friends with him for his money. That would be my best guess. He seems like a very unpleasant person. Thanks for the donation, though, Adam.
This can be a real...
Do you know where I can find a white or Asian girl who's racist, homophobic, conservative, supports Putin, and is still a virgin? And preferably insecure? Is that really too much to ask these days?
Asian, racist, homophobic, conservative, supports Putin. There should be plenty of women in China that are like that. So maybe go to China. Thanks for the donation, Turbo Black Pill.
Really fun, unique movement to add in. You might be surprised for the 5th exercise that I'm going to talk about, which is skipping. So I could talk to you about any random, like bodybuilding.
Whoa.
Let me tell you a story.
5 exercises to skyrocket your gains and dominate the gym. And he included an exercise that he admitted does not help you build muscle.
It gives you like this feeling of like, which is skipping. So I could talk to you about any random, like bodybuilding thing, okay, leg extension and bicep curls, fine. And that stuff's awesome, but you probably kind of know about that already. Chances are you're a guy right now who comes into the gym, hits his like, bodybuilding workout, weightlifting workout, and then just goes home and maybe doesn't do that much cardio. Skipping, I found, is the most fun type of cardio. And specifically, if you're trying to like dominate.
Gay. This guy thinks skipping is the most fun type of cardio. Wow. Gay. Skipping's boring. You're just hopping around in one spot. Like, yeah, it's more fun than like martial arts, swimming, mountain biking.
I'm friends with Hamza for his cock. Checkmate, dumbass.
Well, thank you for clearing that up. Appreciate the donation, Andrew. Skipping's more fun than boxing, martial arts, jiu-jitsu, running, rollerblading, mountain biking, rock climbing. Skipping is the most fun type of cardio. This guy is a fucking clown.
Dominate the gym, look really cool in the gym. When you level up skipping, you look the coolest. So level 1 skipping, for example, is like just skip.
When you skip in the gym, you look the coolest. What?
Skip normally, jump up, boom. Level 2 is kind of like the boxer step. Level 3, you might do like high knees. And eventually, like my friend Scott, you can do all like the weird one where you're like doing like a double skip. You're like moving it on the side. You look proper cool and everything. It's awesome for fat loss. And I found, again, it's awesome for fighting, like martial arts, but also, again, for the feeling of being confident in your own body. When you can skip for 10, 20, 30 minutes straight, you really strengthen a lot of those random muscles that you often don't hit in the normal gym. So a lot of muscles in your feet, a lot of muscles near like the Achilles tendon and calves. When you're just training normal in the gym, weightlifting and bodybuilding.
Tried returning my microwave to Costco. They usually have a good policy. Turns out crusty brown splatter baked into the walls voids it. This is insane and racist. It's my right to microwave shitlogs and feed them to kids on the corner. Poop has vitamins.
Yeah, that's fucked up, dude. I would call the Canadian government and get them to be arrested for racism. Thanks for that donation, Microwave Poop.
Would you take a look at the first minutes of this and respond? He seems to be overly critical of Israel. Just some BreadTube drama.
Sure, I can do that. Thanks for the donation tool.
Because if 1,000 is a genocide, 3,000 is very much a genocide. So this is aristocracy.
Does this not perfectly sum up the media's coverage of the Israel-Palestine war?
I can't believe the atrocities that are taking place. I can't believe it. It's so devastating. So this is the guy they show on BBC, right? I mean, this is the kind of person they show on BBC crying from the inside of a hospital. What they don't show is the first half where he's celebrating the rockets being fired into Israel.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
That guy's very happy about the rockets being fired into Israel. This sort of double message is what continues to allow the West to blind.
Dude, rare Ben Shapiro W. This fucking asshole who's a fucking jihadist is celebrating the rockets being fired and then fucking cries like a bitch when fucking Israel bombs Palestine. Fuck these pieces of crap. Hopefully he dies in the next fucking bombing. Cunt. Wow. That's hilarious. Thanks for the donation tool. But yeah, that's basically... that sums up the misinformation going on right now. Thanks for the donation tool. So, Stoner donated $2. Have you ever thought about going to Thailand? No. Not really interested, especially now. Not after the military coup and everything. Do you think the lady women there are actually hot? I've seen some hot lady boys, sure. Or do you think when it actually came down to it, you'd be like, ooh, this is a man, can't overlook that? I've never been with a trans woman before, so I don't know how exactly I'd react to seeing a woman with a penis. Obviously not my ideal partner choice. And I'm not into like casual relationships or prostitutes, but I mean, if I was seriously dating, like if Jasmine died or something, I really care more about personality and shit. So in that kind of context, I could probably overlook it. If I was just looking for casual sex, no, that would probably bother me a fair bit. Or do you think you'd be pleasantly surprised and enjoy? Again, I don't know, but it'd probably bother me. I'm not really into PPs. But thanks for the donation, Stoner.
Today. She's a nutball, by the way. You'll see this come out in this as we cover this, but this person is actually just out to lunch. Just absolutely out to lunch. So we'll just go through it. Many people have probably noticed a change in my posts, rhetoric, and views in the last week since 10/7. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there, first of all. We've already had a 9/11, darling. We ain't going to Afghanistan again. Okay? That's not gonna pick up. Alright? Especially... Doesn't matter.
You have men literally communicating to women that they don't care about a woman's money, and women are trying to say he's wrong.
Are discouraged from women that have money. It's just that we don't care about your money.
Yes,
I don't.
You don't care about the money? You absolutely do. Yes, you do.
Hold on.
Yes, you do. You absolutely do. You love having somebody to take care of. Y'all niggas love having to
Let me get this.
As soon as
The irony is...
Next question
The biggest irony is that men tend to care about what women say they care about in men. We care about your ability to nurture. We care about your spirit. We care about your heart. We care about your mind.
Wait.
Y'all gonna get all that money.
Hold on.
Because we don't care about your paycheck. We actually care about you.
My spirit?
Wait a minute.
Hey.
Wait a minute.
Everybody, I don't care how much you...
The reaction she had to him saying that was insane. It's like she's just disgusted at the idea that a man would only care about them rather than their money. Really weird. Well, thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Appreciate it.
Doesn't matter, but not true. One of the victims was alright. It doesn't matter. It doesn't, just because they aren't lefty peace out. It doesn't actually matter who they are. It actually wouldn't matter, by the way, if the people Hamas killed were right wing. That is irrelevant.
It absolutely is relevant. It tells you what the group is about. They're not freedom fighters. They're jihadists.
This is such a weird thing to fix on, a weird thing to stake out, as if, like, say I, for example, would be more permissive of Hamas killing civilians, provided they have...
Check this out as well. Another Ben W. Why do you think the media has a bias for shitting on Israel? This clip is insane.
I think there's just a lot of fucking rampant anti-Semitism, dude, and this is the way some people express it.
Well, folks, the world is looking for a way back to moral equivalence after watching the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. The nice thing about the media is they will provide them with that moral equivalence if they can. One of the reasons that the world feels capable of slipping back into this ridiculous moral equivalence, the soft, lukewarm bathwater of moral relativism, is because the media do it for them. The media make it super easy. So last...
Well, thank you for that, Cortez. Appreciate the donation, sir. Excellent spam.
Last night, for example, CNN's Aaron Burnett was talking about the conditions under which hostages are being held. There's still 200 plus hostages who are being held in bondage by Hamas. And again, the world community seems to have far less words for Hamas holding hostages than they do for Israel trying to kill members of Hamas. In any case, here is Aaron Burnett weirdly praising the conditions under which hostages are being held. I've never heard this before. Honestly, I've never heard a situation in which a hostage is taken, babies, the elderly, and the media are like, yes, but they do have sinks. Like, what?
Some things stand out in the mundane necessity, right? You're talking about tunnels. We know these tunnels have ventilation. We know that they've been known to have air conditioning. This has all been reporting that we've heard from the Israelis over the years. But the fact that she's saying she was held underground for more than 2 weeks, that there was shampoo, there was antibiotics, there was a guard per hostage in the experience she had, that there were medics and paramedics, and obviously she is elderly. The other woman who was released also elderly and had medical needs, and that they had the medicine needed, and if not, something similar to replace it. It is pretty stunning because you've got to contrast that with what's happening above the ground, right? Where there isn't water, never mind shampoo, okay? They don't have water, they're using...
A big thing that sucks about being an incel is that the easiest girls to get are sluts. But if you are a male virgin and you bang a female with a high body count, then that makes you a cuck. So it means a lot of guys are stuck as incels.
What? I don't think I understand that logic, but thanks for the donation, Turbo Black Pill. Stoner donated $2. Let me see.
Hello.
Hi.
You're very beautiful.
Thank you.
What is your name?
I am Fuchsia from the Philippines.
Wow. How long have you been in Thailand?
I've been here for 1 week already.
Yeah. And how old are you? Sorry.
I am 25 years old.
You look so well.
Thank you.
Okay. And sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
So what kind of guy do you like? Do you like Thai guy or you're
Secret.
Asian?
That's personal.
Okay. Well said. Good girl. And where are you going tonight?
I'm going to party maybe with my friend.
Oh, your friend.
You're shy.
Do you want to do a twirl? You're very beautiful. Wow. Super duper.
Thailand and mabuhay.
Very good. Okay, nice to meet you so much. You're very beautiful. Okay.
Thank you.
So what kind of guy do you like? I asked you that before.
Guy? Maybe a Thai? I don't know.
Yeah. You don't know. It's okay. It's up to you. Yeah. Whatever happens, happens. That's the thing. That's
correct.
the thing.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. I'll share the chat.
She is weird, and that was a very weird interaction. Thanks for that donation, Stoner. Ben donated $2.
This is a typical American suburb. It's a dull and lifeless place full...
We can watch that one later. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Yeah, I think we're done with that video.
Toilet water. There is no morphine for any kind of amputations. Antibiotics, no, right? But Hamas had stockpiled all of that and has all of that underground, and that's what we're learning from her.
That's weird. Why are we describing the magic of the tunnel networks? I mean, what she should be saying, Aaron Burnett, the logical conclusion of what she should be saying there is because Hamas cares about keeping terrorists and doesn't give a crap about its own civilians. But, of course, CNN is never going to go quite that far. Best underwear on planet Earth, Tommy John underwear. They are the best. The holidays are right around the corner, and Tommy John's makes a fantastic holiday. Getting the John I literally cite why then, but today on now is the perfect time to join Prize Picks. That's because Prize Picks offers per day times your games. Big fan of first opinion that the world is a collection of like-minded nations. You just have to talk.
Yeah, that is very weird reporting by CNN, praising Hamas for hoarding medical supplies so that they can use them and civilians can't, and then praising them for treating hostages somewhat well. Really weird. Wawa donate $2. Any Shreve cringe or fitness cringe content meant to react to? Oh yeah, we haven't checked out Shreve in a while. Yeah, we can watch Shreve for a bit. Thanks for the donation, Wawa. Stoner donated $2. Let me see. She's really pretty.
What's your name? Sandy. Nice to meet you. James. My name's James. Yes. Hello. How's your night going? Cold. You're cold. What do you want tonight? Yeah? America. Yeah. Yes, I like it. But, are you going to be right here? Will you be right in this area? Because I'll just run down there and I'll come right back. I promise.
Okay, that's Ladyboy channel, it appears. Thanks for the donation, Stoner.
Had the wrong politics. One of the...
It absolutely matters who Hamas targets, because again, if they're not attacking valid military targets, that would be unethical. Like, the big criticism against Hamas is that they're jihadists. They're not freedom fighters. They just want to murder Jews and non-believers. So the idea that it wouldn't matter who they target, like, that's crazy. Like, would you say the same thing if the U.S. were to just kill random innocent civilians?
Victims was a writer for Haaretz.com whose most recent Twitter posts are all dedicated to exposing human rights violations of Palestinians on the border. And in their honor, I suppose you're now valorizing Israel bombing Gaza. Okay. Hamas slaughtered him. It was hard not to see myself in the victims. They were women, human rights advocates, hipsters saying goodbye as I was frantically messaging my cheering on Hamas. We found, oh, there's people holding terrorist flags. The flags could be the Palestinian flag, not the Hamas flag.
Okay, this guy's just a fucking dumb bitch. Whatever.
Full of cookie cutter single.
Let's see. Johnny Shreve.
A lot of guys are...
Do you know of any good hobbies to join with no females? I have tried mountain biking and I met too many non-virgin females. I also tried running and there were always women on the trails. It sucks how the outdoors are filled with evil female witches.
Well, I'll tell you 2 outdoor activities where you can pretty much entirely avoid women. One would be dirt biking. You will find practically 0 women who do dirt biking. And drifting. There are 0 women who do fucking drifting. So, if you want to go outside and do some kind of activity outdoors, motorsports in general, you'll find 0 women. Thanks for the donation, though, Turbo Black Pill. Stoner donated $2. Yep. Ladyboys. 2 days ago. It's like Tash did a protest.
The reason why you're missing on your chest.
Family homes and a maze of streets, isolated from anything interesting. There's usually no one outside unless they're mowing their lawns or walking their dog. If you want to escape this soul-crushing environment, your only option is to drive, but even then, you're surrounded by strip malls, big box stores, and corporate chains. There are exceptions, of course, but the majority of North America is built like this. The suburbs are incredibly monotonous and lack a sense of place. They feel the exact same no matter where you go. I made a video on this exact topic a few months ago, and some of the most common replies I got were, "I'd rather live in the quiet, peaceful suburbs than the dirty, noisy city. Downtowns are American cities."
I can't listen to this guy, his voice is just too fucking annoying.
Chest gains is simply because you don't know how the chest actually works. Understanding how the chest works is gonna give you a better understanding on how to move your own chest. Imagine getting like a set of tools and you didn't get the instructions. And this says, you know what, have at it, see if it works. And you might get it to work, for sure. You can definitely use that tool, whatever, and you could probably get it to work, but getting it to properly work makes the biggest difference, because making it properly work is gonna make you that much more efficient.
Skip to 0:30 and just listen for a few seconds. That song that was playing in the background with that pretty girl in the video called Despacito, I always think that the singer's saying this lol.
Rando donated $2. Do you think a Thailand ladyboy would be better to marry and more tolerable than a typical American woman? Probably not. I've heard a lot of ladyboys are annoying and cause trouble. Or no real difference, or maybe even worse, maybe it's a case by case. Everybody's their own individual. Thanks for that donation, Rando.
Soy el pan, tengo un antojo, voy al mando. This burrito, no quiero respirar comiendo este burrito. Deja que te ponga salsa tomatillo, para cuando muerdo ya me siento vivo. This burrito, quiero disfrutar.
Okay, thanks for that donation, bend over.
Efficient. So we're gonna dive into understanding how the chest works, from what it actually does, what it's intended to do, and how to load it properly. So understanding how the chest actually moves, you will understand how to load the chest properly. So what does the chest do? What is it intended to do? Well, few things. Number one, the chest does shoulder flexion. That's basically from your hand going from here, coming up, raising up. If you're gonna do yoga, shoulder flexion. It also does shoulder horizontal adduction. What does that mean? That means when you're on your back, horizontal shoulder adduction. It also does shoulder adduction. And the difference between shoulder adduction and horizontal adduction is shoulder adduction is a combination of shoulder flexion, holding my arm up, and then being adducted at the same time. It also does internal rotation. The chest entirely does. Where do these places originate? Well, the pec to our shoulder, same thing at once, which is shoulder adduction. So the pec minor, or the clavicle head of your chest, is responsible for shoulder flexion, which would be coming straight out, but as well as shoulder flexion and shoulder adduction. All heads of your pec are all going to share internal rotation, so we're not going to emphasize that just of yet. But either way, the sternal head of our pec does shoulder adduction. It assists with shoulder flexion, but not as much as the clavicle head of the pec, but they both do shoulder adduction. You want to blow your chest up? Grab my Ultimate Push-Pull Legs Training ebook right now in the link in the description below and get your chest. For there to be a load, here is my fist, wrist, and bend.
Boring.
What is up? It is
Aftermath of steroid
now
abuse.
been 2 full years. I want to give you guys 6 things that everything.
He still has a pretty crazy fucking physique.
Off of everything. The healthiest you've ever. My organs, everything is running tip top. And I'm gonna get checked again next year. Why? I'm 40 years old, right? It's been 2 years. I'm gonna continue to get these things checked because earlier, when I came off getting in shipping, and because 2002 until October, 0.5 grams of protein per body, as much as right now in terms of training, like, obviously dummy down. How am I eating these things?
Boring.
Today we're going over the 5 common bent over barbell row mistakes that you might be doing, and we're gonna fix them today. Let's get into it. So guys, to avoid.
I told my mom I don't like going outside much because there are too many women. And also chads, they are a problem too. I don't want to go out and see dudes taller than me. My mom wasn't very understanding. Incels are so oppressed by society.
Yeah, I can understand why you wouldn't want to go outside. Thanks for the donation, Turbo Black Pill. Spherigenoid Tillers, the biggest scam on Earth is called a job because, think about it, you work for 40 years, 8 hours a day, and after 40 years you're still broke. How is that not a scam? Yeah, it is a scam. Thanks for the donation though, Spherige. That's why I beg for money online. What's up?
Biggest scam on it. Hello?
Hey.
Hi, good to see you.
Hey.
Hear from you, I guess.
The what?
I said, good to hear from you.
Yeah.
Let's see, I guess, I watch the show pretty often, and I guess I appreciate, your putting the work in to, keep something going, most nights.
Alright, well thank you.
And I don't know how much I have to debate. I mean, I'm vegan and everything, but I guess the foreign policy stuff, maybe, yeah, there's some subtlety or whatever, but you know, it's kind of.
What do you disagree on foreign policy?
Oh, there's like technical stuff about like how the, you know, whatever is CIA or whatever is you know, actually does bad stuff in the world, and that kind of like, you know, sits behind a few of the headlines and so on.
Okay, like, is there something specific you wanted to debate, or did you just want to say hi?
I guess if there's something you disagree on, maybe it's the foreign policy thing.
I don't know. You didn't mention any disagreements.
I guess to be more concrete about it, maybe like in the Ukraine, like there's a whole thing where the CIA's been kind of doing destabilization stuff, pretty much
in Ukraine.
Yeah, the Ukraine had even before the USSR fell.
Okay.
So the stuff that's going on now is just tied to that.
Okay, I don't think I'm interested in discussing that right now.
Okay, well, it's, yeah, I mean, it might be a little bit dry, but still.
Yeah, it just doesn't interest me right now, but take care.
All right, good show. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
You know, with that clip I sent you brought back good times when I worked at Walmart. Lol, I was telling a co-worker at the time that I was thinking that the artist of Despacito was saying this burrito, and he called me racist and xenophobic for thinking that SMH.
That's pretty retarded, dude.
Another mass shooting, this time in Maine.
Yeah, we already saw about the Maine mass shooting. Apparently 22 are dead, and everybody's going to blame it on the AR-15. And Biden's going to say, oh, see, this is why we need to ban one particular type of gun, because all other guns don't kill. And then people are still going to commit mass shootings and do bad things, and then you're just going to have your rights taken away for no reason. But thanks for the donation, Tool. Yeah, Ben, there's some people who are just weirdly, retardedly anti-racist to the point where they just make everything a big deal. But thanks, Bendover.
These 5 common mistakes, I'm going to give you 5 fundamentals that you should apply to every single exercise that you do, and that will make the exercise that much better. So to start off with, number 1 common mistake is your setup. So for the most part, setting up means it'll be from floor to core. So most of the time, people just have the bar on the ground with the plates loaded. You know, your feet are either too wide or too close. You see those type of lifters, you got the real narrow here, or you got the super wide. And that's what we want to avoid. So from floor to core, getting the best alignment.
You should have a very narrow stance. Basically, it should be like your deadlift stance. If your stance is too wide, you're going to have your legs get in the way of your arms, which is less than ideal. So you should have a narrow stance. Your stance should be about the same width as when you do a conventional deadlift.
Alignment for our hips will be the same thing we do when we're getting our feet positioning when we're doing conventional deadlifts. Spin around in a circle if you wanted to, whatever. Just jump up in the air naturally and land. And your feet are going to land in a natural position.
I don't know why you would assume a ideal deadlifting or rowing position is going to be the same as an ideal vertical leap position. They're not the same thing. You don't have to do that. Just figure it out. Figure out where you're going to generate the most amount of power from the floor when you're doing a deadlift or a bent row.
Position. That's a good rule of thumb as of how far or how wide your feet should be. That's the natural alignment of where your hips are when you're hinging, and jumping is hinging. And to get into this exercise, we're going to be hinging into it. So now we have our foot positioning. To make things easier set up, let's make sure we put it in a rack high enough that you can easily just pick up the weight from here, take a couple of steps back to where your foot positioning is where it needs to be, and then from here, shoulders back away from your ears, and then we're gonna Romanian deadlift or stiff leg deadlift this thing into position where our chest is parallel with the ground, so butt's gonna be back, bar is gonna stay above my shoelaces the entire way down, and our butt's gonna stay, and now we're flat. Arms are flat, back is flat, butt is out, and here's our positioning to start. Now,
you should probably have contact with your shins.
Next on the list is...
Yeah, so you should have contact with your body at the bottom.
Butt is out, and here's our positioning to start.
I think it just looks like the bar is too far forward.
Now, next on the list is form. Obviously, it's one of the things that are always messed up when it comes to bent over barbell rows. And that's because getting into the lift, starting from setup, is usually what messes that up. So for the most part, form.
Do you think it's feasible to actually remove predator animals from the food chain? Like, do you have a solution to combat ecological collapse? If it could happen at the snap of a finger, I'd agree, but it seems like it could cause more long-term harm.
It depends on the animal, depends on the ecosystem. So, it just depends. Thanks for the donation, Dark Lord, but I would imagine in at least some cases it would be feasible. Wawa donated $2. Are these base takes? Watch at 0 to 1, 155, 310, 423.
Look, man, this is the greatest advice I'll ever give. If you can breathe while doing it, it's not weightlifting. I'm telling you, you must be stressing your central nervous system. It has to be anaerobic. Like when you sprint, right? How you... right? It must be anaerobic. It cannot...
So, anaerobic can refer to the actual, local musculature. You can only produce so much ATP.
Did you hear about the black pill YouTuber, Face, who got kicked off YouTube a year ago and now he killed himself? It's crazy how too many dudes are incels and killing themselves, and society doesn't care and only makes fun of them.
Yeah, it is crazy. It's a real tragedy. Thanks for the donation, Turbo Black Pill. So what's anaerobic about it is the muscles that are involved in the movement will run out of oxygen and then produce lactic acid, and then you're done. So that's what's anaerobic about it. You don't actually have to run out of breath. by the end of a set for it to be anaerobic.
The oxidative pathway. It cannot. You will never make gains. You're wasting your life. You're not burning calories. You're not building muscle. You're not doing...
Let's see, 155.
Right? They must be heavy. They must be heavy. 5x5 programming. You must be doing 5 reps.
You do not have to do 5 rep sets to get big or strong. 310.
Listening to music that is not simulating a heartbeat. Right? Boom, 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 boom. It doesn't have to be hard stuff.
You do not need to listen to any particular type of music when you're training.
If you're natural, you can only ever build muscle powerlifting.
That is also false.
Today we are coaching up some
Form would be, how do we look in a hinged position to execute this movement? When it comes down to it, we want to be in this position here, where we are as parallel, chest is as parallel to the floor as we can, so we can get a good formation motion. Here's our form from here, from the floor to core. So remember, be flat here. Now remember, going into position, stay relatively straight, up and down, butt's gonna go back. Look for the bar to be over your shoelace. And once you're here, there's your position to start your lift. Here's what you're...
Yeah, I think his hands are a little too far out. Again, you should probably have closer contact with the bar.
Form looks like. Now, what does the range of motion look like? That's another mistake.
His videos are just boring in general.
of your favorite WWE
John Cena doesn't know
superstars,
how
so
to
pay
train.
attention. Let's go. So fast pace. No collars on here, but put your collars on. Great form. Great form. Bottom all the way down, on up. Very consistent. Let's watch Sheamus. So Sheamus a little more this angle here, and then obviously the hip and deflection. His knees goes over his toes, and his basically the hip flexion is gonna have. Oh, we're boom, right? Same speed. For most of you guys, you're kind of caves a little bit. Getting to his, they're doing this, putting back, watching, right?
Jeez, I can't watch him. He's just, his content's fucking trash. Let's see. I think what we'll do is I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, I have to piss too.
These already reports on the main shooter. Apparently he was ex-military and threatened to shoot up his unit previously. He was put in a mental ward but was released 2 weeks ago. He had a court order that didn't let him own guns. Can't blame it on guns.
Yeah, because, like, he killed 22 people. He must have been a good shot. Very few mass shooters get to that death count, so... That's funny. That, he was put in a psych ward after threatening to shoot people, and then they let him out, and then he shot people. Genius. Absolute fucking genius. I'm gonna kill people with a gun. Oh yeah? Well, don't do that. Just go about your day. Oh my god. Fucking retarded. Ugh. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe when somebody's talking about murdering people and they say it in, you know, a serious manner, you should think they're actually going to kill people and not just let them loose. That could work, rather than banning the AR-15, maybe we could just, lock people up when they say they're going to shoot and kill people. It's one possibility. I'm just going to go take a piss and grab a drink. I'll be right back. Oh, man. I'm all out of cherry Coke and cherry Pepsi. So I only have fucking normal Pepsi Zero. Sex. Ugh. Yeah, why do people think a court order is going to stop somebody from getting a hold of a gun, by the way? You can just violate the court order. It's so stupid. Ugh. Dodo donated $2, says enlightening. Let me see.
Vision is so natural for humans. You just open your eyes and you understand. Vision is a very, very complicated process, but we don't register most of it consciously. And so it's very hard for us to realize why is it such a hard problem for the computer. I try to understand how we can make computers see and understand our visual world. For example, if I'm looking at this redwood tree, I'm not just looking at this tree. I'm looking at it through the prism of what I have seen before. So how do we train computers to see? A lot of the current computer vision systems are very much about translating the visual world into a few keywords, which of course is quite limiting because a picture is worth 1,000 words. So the field of computer vision today is undergoing a big shift. We were working really hard for many decades and we had basically nothing to show for it. The problem turned out to be much.
The new Johnny Tillers just found out I have autism. I have the pervasive developmental disorder subtype of autism, but it's mild, so that's why I went 25 years of life not knowing. Neither did my parents. Makes sense now why I suck at socializing and is so diff from other girls. Well, at least now you know. I probably have autism myself. Still, I gotta get diagnosed at some point. It'd be good just to know. Thanks for the donation, though, New.
Much deeper and much more exciting than anyone imagined. When people were starting to look at artificial intelligence in the early 60s at MIT, they realized that vision should be an integral part of the story. Have a robot, the robot has some cameras, and the robot is going to sense its environment and do actions. The vision part of this grand goal of an AI robot was considered to be a summer project. The idea was that if you write a smart enough algorithm, you will teach the computer how to see. Only much later did we realize that what the computer needs is to connect what it's sensing with what it has seen in the past. One of my superpowers that helped me early on was that my vision is not great. A lot of people I interact with every day don't know that I have poor vision. I'm able to compensate with good visual memory. I just remember a lot of things instead of seeing them. In a sense, my brain fills in a lot of the missing details. And that was very important for me early on to realize the huge importance of large-scale visual data playing in this enterprise of seeing and understanding. That we're not seeing just with our eyes. We are seeing with our eyes and our memory. The pattern of bark on a redwood tree, for example, the way it looks is defined by so many different things. The genome of the tree, the weather, and it's impossible to basically write down a precise formula which would represent it. But it is possible to capture a lot of examples of different trees and different patterns of bark, and that we can use to model what this bark might look like. Data is absolutely fundamental to machine learning in general and computer vision in particular. Everybody is always excited about algorithms, and actually it's the data that's doing a lot of the heavy lifting. So one way to think about what my lab is doing is to give data the appreciation it deserves. In our lab, we do many different things connected with visual data, scene understanding.
Oh my god, a cat.
Try to build models that do not require this linguistic supervision. And very exciting.
Alright, yeah, interesting. Fuck, I think I have to take a nap, dude. Oh my god. They're still pushing the Israel fucking hospital bombing narrative. My god. Bro, I'm so fucking tired. Okay, I'm gonna try taking like say 5-minute nap. I think in 5 minutes I'll wake up a little bit. Alright, 5 minutes. Ugh.
Order 66 Christy XO.
Well, right on time. That was a nice nap. I'm still really tired, but that's better than nothing. Thanks for the donation, Order 66.
יש לך ילדה, בעוד כמה שנים אתה צריך להסביר על הקונפליקט בין הישראלים והפלסטינים. איך תסביר? מה תסביר?
בבקשה. מה אני אסביר? אני חושב שאני אסביר שיש עם ויש אותנו, שזה עם אחר, ושנינו רוצים לחיות פה בשטח הזה, ונוצר מצב כזה שיש קונפליקט, ואני מקווה שכשהיא תהיה גדולה כבר הקונפליקט ידעך לפחות.
אוקיי. אבל למה אי אפשר לגור ביחד, לחיות ביחד?
הלוואי שאפשר. אני חושב שהרבה מאוד בחברה הישראלית היו שמחים שיהיה שלום, ובחברה הפלסטינית, לפחות בזאת שבעזה ובאיו"ש, המערכת חינוך שלהם שוטפת להם את המוח נגד היהודים בצורה כזאת שקשה מאוד לגשר על הפערים. מקווה שזה ישתפר.
If you had to explain this conflict, the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, to a 10-year-old, what would you say?
It's complicated.
That's all you would say?
I would say everybody has a story, and, you know, not everybody agrees on the story, and it's a very tricky one to fix.
Do you have children? No. We're gonna get killed. Come over here. Okay. When you have children, if you have children, explain the conflict to your 10-year-old child, the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians.
רוצה להסביר את הקונפליקט הפלסטיני-ישראלי לילד בן 10.
כאילו באופן פשוט.
הכי פשוט שיש.
הכי פשוט שאפשר.
אפשר את זה בעברית?
אפשר בעברית.
איך להסביר את זה? זה כמו שיש שני ילדים באותה כיתה, ויש כיתה אחת. וכל אחד רוצה את הכיתה לעצמו. ועד שהם לא יבינו שהכיתה הזאת היא אחת לכולם, ואין מה לעשות, זה החומר גלם, זה מה שיש, כיתה אחת, זה לא ייגמר הריב הזה. וזה גובה את המשפחות של אותם ילדים, ואת חברים של אותם ילדים, ואת הסביבה, ואת האנשים שלא אשמים, נטו בסכסוך של מי הכיתה.
אני חושב שבסופו של דבר יש לנו פה, מסביר את בן 10, יש פה מדינה אחת, והרבה מאוד אנשים רוצים אותה, ולא רוצים להתחלק בה, ועד שלא נלמד לחיות פה כולם ביחד, תמיד נריב.
אם אתה צריך להסביר את הקונפליקט הזה, מה שקורה
This one isn't very interesting. Why do younger people not want peace with Israel compared to older people?
I've been asking these questions for a long time, and I ask about peace with Israelis. And the young people always say, no peace with Israelis. But the old people, sometimes they want peace with the Israelis. Why? Why is there a difference?
إله زمان بعمل بسأل الناس في الشارع وبسألهم هيك مقابلات. عادة الشباب الجيل الأصغر بحكي لا.
Someone's in Discord. Somebody's in the tea party room, not in the waiting room. If they get in the waiting room.
سلام مع الإسرائيليين والجيل الأكبر مرات بحكي بدنا سلام. ليش برأيك في هذا الاختلاف في الآراء ما بين الأجيال؟
مش عارف. بدها وقت تعطيك جواب.
I don't know. This needs time for me to think to give you an answer.
It's not simple. Not simple question.
Do you think young people? Do you think young people will?
All young people بيحكوا بدنا سلام.
ناش.
الجيل الجديد بيقول بدناش سلام.
So the new generation says we don't want.
Yes, with Israel.
Because you see, it's many bad things the Israeli doing now, and old people suffering from many years, and so many things from the occupation, from the Israeli, from the bad things.
But the old people want peace.
What?
The old people want peace.
Want peace because they
That was a shitty nap, Blackie. Ha 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 l poopy head poopy head Abiglenich channel Abiglenich.
It was an okay nap. I fell asleep immediately, so I got a full 5 minutes, and it felt more like 10 minutes, so not too bad. But thanks for the donation, Poopy Butt, and yes, a big Lenny channel, indeed. Ugh.
they reach to point it's enough.
Oh, okay.
Understand?
Got it.
But the young people, what they see, I'm young people, I see many things is not good, making suffering from them, occupations and martyrs every day, and taking the lands, and because I'm young. Maybe when I be old people after 20, 30, 40 years, okay, it will be everything the same. So I will say I need peace, it's enough.
Sure.
Understand the idea? Yeah. It's like this.
احنا اجاباتنا لانه ما عشنا السلام، ما عندنا وطن، ما عندنا استقلاليه، ما عندنا حريه، حتى حريه التنقل مش موجوده عندنا. نحن لا نملك وطن. We don't have a state, a homeland.
But you said before because they used to talk about peace.
برضو كمان ذكرتي انه من زمان كانوا يحكوا عن السلام. كان في أحلام إنه يكون في سلام، كان في وعود كثير، كان في وعود بس كلها كانت كلام على ورق مش موجودة على الأرض.
They are not, so it's not on the ground, it's not anything applied or realistic.
Okay. At the time, did she believe there could be peace with the Israelis?
وقتها هل كنت تآمني إنه ممكن يصير في سلام مع الإسرائيليين؟
شعارات.
They were all slogans.
When I ask older people about peace with Israel, they believe in peace. When I ask young people, they do not. Why?
I don't want to be interviewed.
Okay. So when I ask older people questions about making peace with Israel, older people are usually, okay, we'll do it, usually. Younger people, almost never.
Yes.
Why?
Because imagine someone coming into your home and then asking for having half of it. Would you give it?
So Israel, just Israel and the 67 borders you're talking about?
I'm talking about before everything, before 1948.
Before 1948.
If you look at the maps before 1948, it was the whole piece of land was Palestinian.
But the world recognizes Israel exists, and to the world, Palestine exists in the West Bank and Gaza.
Yes, that's for the world. But if you want to come to the history and what
Well, for you, I'm talking about you and what your friends think.
For me, I'm Palestinian. I'm 100% pro-Palestine. I'm 100% hating the idea of having a peace with a kind of terrorists who
Testing.
It was a great test. Thanks for the donation. Wonderful spam. Yeah, I think these people are fucking brainwashed. It sounds like they're basically going by that river to the sea bullshit, and they just want a one-state solution where only Palestinians rule. Just crazy talk.
and just got us out of our lands.
Even if it means, let's say, one state where Israelis and Palestinians live together.
Well, I don't trust Israelis, actually. I can't trust someone who pulled my grandfather, and that's a specific story. Someone who pulled my grandfather out of his house.
Where is his house?
It.
Where was his house?
Jaffa.
Where? Jaffa.
Yeah,
Okay.
the main city.
So you won't even a one-state solution?
No.
You will not live with them in any way?
Never. I won't trust that. We can't trust Israelis. Look at what's happening. Look at yesterday, what happened to this young man. The day before.
Yeah, well, hold on. Yesterday, let me explain. Yesterday, some Israeli teenagers beat up a Palestinian man who was about 53.
Yes. So yeah, and the day before, they were chasing a boy from Sirda. So yeah,
I don't know
it happens every day.
Okay. I often ask, you're translate this, I ask older people about making peace with Israel, and they give peaceful answers. Young people just want to destroy Israel. Why is that?
هلا له هو زمان بيقابل في الناس لما يسأل حدا أكبر بالعمر بحكي أنا بدي أعمل سلام مع إسرائيل بس لما يسأل الشباب الأصغر بيقولوا لا بدنا نقضي على إسرائيل ليش برأيك في هالتفاوت بين الإجابات؟ ليش الجيل الأكبر مستعد يعمل السلام والجيل الأصغر مش مستعد؟
صراحة الجواب مش شايف في جواب منطقي يعني لأنه استحالة إنه يكون كل الشباب الصغار يعني نفس التفكير ونفس الوقت متقدمين بالعمر انه يكونوا برضه نفس التفكير. فراح يكون اكيد في بالشريحتين يعني سواء الشبابيه او اللي هم الطبقه العمريه الاكبر شوي انه يكون في نفس ال
younger generation is against peace. So there has to be some of the older generation against peace and some of the
Who is your best friend? Is it Ask Yourself or Dr. Avi? Just curious.
They are good friends of mine, but not my best friend. I'm not going to say who it is because he's not on social media or anything. But he's in that friend group. Thanks for the donation though, butt plug. Appreciate it. Damn it. Didn't mean to do that.
I ask older people a question about peace with Israel, and older people are more open to peace. Younger people less. Why? Why is that? People keep asking.
I don't really want to answer that. Sorry.
No?
Yeah.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and I ask people
she's
about
cute.
their views about Israel and about Palestine, and people who are older give me more peaceful answers. People who are young give me less peaceful answers. Why?
Well, I believe that probably because younger generations nowadays participate more in what's like every time Israelis come and attack us, usually young people go and attack them back.
Okay.
In order to defend.
Resistance.
Yeah, resistance, basically, yeah. So I believe that's why they are more violent than adult people.
Okay.
But for me, I usually don't.
I think young people have just been more radicalized by groups like Hamas. That's probably what it is, because the Palestinian population is very young. I think the median age is 19.
How can you claim to be a real vegan if you drink Coca-Cola products? Coca-Cola owns Fairlife Dairy and they are cruel to animals. Wouldn't drinking Coca-Cola products contribute to animal abuse and contradict your claims?
No, it would not. And let me see this link you gave me. Yeah, this is just an undercover dairy farm thing. Thanks for the donation, though. I'm a vegan poser. So, yeah, the median age in Gaza is 19. And Hamas gained control in 2006. So a huge portion of young people have been, have just been brought up under a jihadist regime that controls most of the media.
Dude, the Jones fight is off. What the actual fuck, him so pissed. Do you think John will fight again? How about Stipe?
Jones will probably fight again. He tore his pec, so I don't know how bad the pec tear is. I don't know if it's a complete avulsion. But that's a fairly common injury. It's not particularly hard to recover from, though. I don't know about Stipe. Stipe's old, so he might retire by the time John Jones is ready to fight again. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan for Life. So, yeah, it's just a lot of young people have grown up under a jihadist regime, whereas older people haven't. So it's probably just because of Hamas. Stone Andy, Johnny Teller's VG exposed. Let me see.
2 federal lawsuits have now been filed following that explosive video showing the abuse of animals at one of the biggest agritourism operations right here in Indiana. The lawsuits are targeting Fairlife Milk, which used milk from Indiana's Fair Oaks Farms until last week.
Okay, thank you, Stone Andy.
Participate in that. I prefer to be on the more peaceful side.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So do you think your generation should be more peaceful? And why? If yes, why?
Well, it depends. I mean, I don't think they should be peaceful because, well, if somebody hurts you, you gotta hurt them back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially if they're taking your land or killing your family members. You have to kind of, like, put your anger on them.
Yeah, but then where does it end?
Well,
So they hurt you, you hurt.
I know life is difficult in Gaza and the West Bank because of the Israeli government, but dude, you don't want these people to have their own state. 98% of Palestinians are backward as hell and support Sharia law, according to Pew Research.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any pathway to peace if you don't allow them to have their own state, so I'm not sure. If they were to eliminate Hamas and institute a non-radical government, I don't see that as being any worse than what's going on now. Thanks for the donation, Antinatalist 47.
Hurt them, they hurt you back, you hurt them back. It goes on forever.
Yeah, basically, I don't think there's going to be a solution at this point.
How do you support a company that contributes to animal abuse? Fairlife is owned by soda companies like Coca-Cola Company, you dumb fuck.
Well, I'm not buying their dairy, I'm buying their soda, so I don't see how I'm contributing financially. Thanks for the donation though, Stoned Andy.
I don't know, it's kind of complicated, but that's how I see it. I don't think, well, if the other side becomes more peaceful, then probably you can come to an end point or something.
So I do this a lot, and when I ask older people, they give answers about peace with Israel, but younger people don't. Why does she think that is?
هلا هو له سنين عم بيقابل في الناس في الشارع وعم بحكي مع الناس سنين. لما يحكي مع الجيل الأكبر بيحكي إنه بدنا سلام مع إسرائيل. لما يحكي مع الجيل الأصغر بيحكوا لا بدناش سلام مع إسرائيل. طبعاً بدنا سلام مع إسرائيل. Of course we don't want peace with Israel.
Why?
لأنه بدنا تكون فلسطين حرة. لأنه إسرائيل قاعدة بتاخذ كل أراضي فلسطين تحتل كل أراضي فلسطين، تستوطن أراضي فلسطين، وهي قاعدة بتاخذ بأبناء فلسطين، يعني شو ضل بدها؟
Because Israel is taking all of our lands, all of our children. They stole everything. They're occupying, settling, colonizing. What's left?
Why do some of the older people do? They want peace.
طيب برأيك ليش الجيل الأكبر بدهم سلام؟
لأنه فلسطين دائما حرة وإن شاء الله.
Switch to Pepsi.
That is Pepsi, jackass. Thanks for the donation, Arnold.
بتضل حرة وبتصير حرة. بدنا إياها لأنها ملكنا مش ملكهم.
كيف؟ الجيل الأكبر منك. الختايلة ليش بدهم سلام؟ ليش عم
My good friend lent me money and I didn't pay him back when I said I would. Now he's pissed. Am I an asshole? Like he doesn't even want to talk to me anymore.
Yes, I would say you're an asshole. Thanks for the donation, butt plug.
عم بيحكوا إحنا مستعدين نعمل سلام مع إسرائيل. Why does so why does the older generation want peace? So she understood the question now. She's saying perhaps because they're fed up with the situation. They want peace.
بس بالعكس يمكن لو تشوفي
On the contrary.
Yeah, no, I think they're totally wrong. I think these people they're interviewing are just stupid. The younger generation has just grown up under a jihadist regime with Hamas, ruling Gaza, and the older people haven't, so they're less radicalized. That's really all it is. New York Times. Growing up in an Israeli settlement.
Tel Aviv. As Israel grows more nationalist, Tel Aviv is the last stronghold of our nation's liberals. It is a
You should switch to Coke.
Alright, I'll be sure to do that. Thanks for the donation, Coke dealer.
super cool cosmopolitan city and the place I call home. In 2016, I decided to say goodbye to Tel Aviv and spend the summer with the Israelis that I disagree with the most, the settlers. Since Israel's ongoing military occupation of the West Bank that started in 1967, Jewish settlers have moved to the Palestinian territories into settlements that are illegal according to the international law. As Israeli society polarizes around views of the occupation, I found myself increasingly curious about Israelis my age who grew up in those settlements, who were born into this reality. I ended up in one of the oldest Israeli settlements called Tekoa, which was founded in 1977.
Whoa, 92% voted right-wing.
About an hour drive from Tel Aviv, it is a world apart. Isolated in the Judean hills and surrounded by Palestinian villages. I rented a small apartment on the corner of Hospitality Road and Joy Street. And I thought to myself, these are two things I'll definitely need here. Well, apparently coffee is not in demand in Tekoa, town, Matanya.
באת לפה ורצת לעשות סרט, נכון? זה כל כך קשה. תחשבי עד כמה קשה זה לעשות פה שלום.
But being stubborn eventually paid off.
לא, זה לא בשביל זבובים, זה בשביל המצלמה. אבל זה כבר היה להרוג שתי ציפורים במכה. תסתכלי שנייה. סבבה, פוקוס. יאללה, נדבר קצת. כן. איך זה היה לגדול פה?
בתור ילדה זה היה נהדר, בתור מתבגרת פחות. זה עכשיו יישוב ענק. זה היה ממש ממש חור, והייתי כזה, למה הבאתם אותי לחור הזה וכזה.
תוך אני בטוח שפחדתי, כאילו, זה לא פשוט לגדול במציאות כזאת. כשאתה שומע על הרצח הזה של דברים שהם שנה מעליך, שכל יום יש פה משהו, ברור שפחד. הייתי בן 13.
Is that guy fucking inbred?
14. אני לא יודע עד כמה באמת אפשר להבין בגיל הזה, כאילו, את המשמעות העמוקה של הדברים.
כשאתה חושב עכשיו על סיטואציות של אתה נוסע וליד הרודיון זורקים אבנים, ואבא יוצא מהסובארו סטיישן עם M16 ארוך ומפרק מחסנית על הקיר כדי לייצר הרתעה, כי זה מה שהיה, אז ככה התנהלו העניינים. אז עכשיו כשאני חושב על זה,
הארדקור.
זה הארדקור. בשביל ילד זה...
Yeah, Jesus.
מעניין, אבל לא הארדקור. אבל עכשיו אתה יודע שכן.
ואיך הסבירו לך את זה, נגיד, כאילו?
שהערבים רוצים להרוג אותנו. זה היה די ברור.
אני רק צריכה שתשחק, סליחה.
Unlike Tekoa, which is considered a moderate settlement, the Jewish settlement in the Palestinian city of Hebron is the most extremist of all, where extreme settlers live in the midst of a large Palestinian city. Moria grew up there.
הפחד הכי גדול שלי בתור ילדה זה היה מדקירה. כל הזמן הייתי מנסה לדמיין, אם הוא יבוא מכאן, אז יהיה לי אבן ביד וזה, וכל הזמן היה הרבה סביב זה, אבל את חיה במציאות חיים כזאת, שאם את מפחדת, והערבי בא ותוקף אותך ברחוב, ואת לא מחזירה ולא עושה שום דבר, אז הצעד הבא אחרי זה זה ללכת רק בליווי, ואחר כך להתמגן, ואחר כך לא לצאת מהבית, ואחר כך לא להיות במקום הזה. אז לי בתור ילדה היה תיקים במשטרה על כל מיני האשמות כאלה, על הפרת סדר, יריקה על ערבים, דברים כאלה.
It seems like we grew up in totally different worlds.
כשגדלתי פה, הכל היה מאוד מופרד, אנחנו וערבים. הלך רוח פה זה לא להתערבב איתם. הם אויבים, צריך להיזהר מהם. הם באים מדי פעם, הם פועלים, הם באים לבנות. וזהו.
לא מפריע לך שהילדים שלך גדלים פה כאילו? שזה מעצב גם אותם באיזושהי צורה?
כן, אבל אני עומד על המשמר מהבחינה של זכויות אדם וערכים הומניסטיים, אני משתדל. אבל ברור שהם קולטים הרבה מסרים סמויים, תת-קרקעיים כאלה של, איך נקרא לזה? אם אתה עובר יום-יום בשער ורואה 200 פועלים פלסטינים בשער, זה משהו שכן כדאי להיות מודע אליו. אז בהתחלה זה מציק לך ואתה מתהפך איתך קצת הבטן על סוג של שוק עבדים. אבל בפעם ה-30 אתה כבר נהיה אדיש לזה. אני לא יודע איך הם יתרגמו את המציאות שהם חיים בה עכשיו לתפיסת עולם שלהם ולערכים שלהם.
While I knew Palestinians come in and out of the settlements every day to work, building more of the buildings that they will never be allowed to live in, seeing them line up to enter settlements that represent their oppression with my own eyes was very unsettling.
דווקא כשנסעתי לניו יורק וחזרתי, פתאום כאילו ראיתי הכל בביירות כזה.
Moxie donated $2. Are you still using Tadalafil? No, not right now. If so, how much? How often? I think I took the minimum dose. Any higher, I didn't get a benefit from it, so I just took whatever the minimum dose was. Also, I'm in Canada as well. How would I go about getting some? You need to get a prescription from a doctor. It's pretty easy. Just say you're not satisfied with how hard your erections are, and then you'll get a prescription. Thanks for the nation though, Moxie. Appreciate it.
שוואו, מי זה האנשים האלה שגרים לידינו? אני רואה אותם כל כך קרוב, את הבתים שלהם, שומעים אותם, רואים לפעמים את הילדים, משחקים כדורגל. זה מעניין אותי. יש פה אוכלוסייה שלמה, שכאילו אף אחד לא מעוניין, לא יודעת, ליצור איזשהו קשר אנושי כלשהו.
וואלה, מודע, אף פעם לא ישבתי וחשבתי מה עם השכנה הערבייה שלי ואיך היא מרגישה, כאילו, זה לא... אני לא חושבת כאילו שזה מחוסר אכפתיות, פשוט מבחינתי זה ברגע שזה מצב של עם עוין עם, מבחינתי זה לא רלוונטי איך היא מרגישה, את מבינה? הקיום שלנו תלוי בארץ הזאת.
אני מאוד אוהבת את המדינה הזאת, אני מאוד רוצה להישאר בה, אבל המקום הזה נהיה דתי, לאומני, פשיסטי מבחינתי, מאיך שאני רואה את זה. זה עצוב לי.
כן, נכון, אני לא יכולה לומר, אני באמת יכולה לומר לעצמי שיש בי משהו פשיסטי, כאילו, אני לא מסתירה את זה, אני פשוט לא מאמינה שיש.
These people, like, she's an insane racist. She, like, literally attacked Arab people for no fucking reason.
דרך אחרת, באמת.
Your uncensored lack of political correctness definitely shocked me, but also made me want to hear more.
אנחנו יש לנו משק חקלאי, ויש לנו לא מעט עובדים ערבים, שזה משהו שהוא פחות נפוץ פה. אני הכרתי ערבים מגיל מאוד צעיר, והכרתי את התרבות מגיל מאוד צעיר. אני גדלתי פה עם ערבים באיזשהו מובן. הרבה דברים זה לא התרבות שלי, אני מרגיש שוני מאוד מאוד גדול. אבל יש המון ערכים מאוד מרשימים. כשאתה רואה את הפנים מאחורי האנשים, אתה רואה דברים בצורה יותר מורכבת.
Despite the peace and love and the hippie vibe of Tekoa, sometimes the complexity of the tension here slaps you in the face.
כמה שעות לפני כניסת השבת, משפחת מרק עושה את דרכה מעתניאל לירושלים.
Let's talk facts.
Let me take a look, bend over.
Looking for the Palestinians? Oh, I'm sorry, they're busy right now. They're being used as human shields. Who are you? I'm World. Who are you? I'm Hamas. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. What did you say about that human shield thing? So we shoot rockets to Israel, right? And when Israel is fighting back to destroy our rockets, we use Palestinians as human shields so it looks like Israel is killing them. Oh my god, that's horrible. Why would you do that? Why not? It's a great strategy. Think about it. Well, I came here to donate some money to the Palestinians. I'll come back later. Oh, that's okay. You can give it to us. All money goes through us anyways. Okay, so can you make sure it goes for food and healthcare? Oh my god, for sure. Don't worry about it. Okay, thanks. Hey guys, we got some more money for rockets. Hi.
Yeah, Yeah, that's literally what happens. There's no point in sending aid to Palestine because it all goes to Hamas. It's just absolutely fucked. Thanks for the donation, though, Bend Over.
הם נוסעים על כביש 60, לפתע נפתחת לעברם אש מרכב חולף. המחבלים יורים תוך כדי נסיעה ונמלטים. הרב מיכאל מיקי מרק, אבי המשפחה שנהג ברכב, נפגע אנושות מהירי.
What would you do if your mom tried to put you in a behavior health inpatient for 3 months? And it was successful.
Well, I think I'd have to cut her head off and kick it like a soccer ball. Thanks for the donation, Rando. Obviously, I'm just joking, but sort of not really.
ונהרג.
My next-door neighbor's family was attacked in the shooting ambush, killing her father and leaving her mother and 2 siblings wounded. Her cry and weep across our shared wall when she first got the message tore my heart apart.
הפיגוע עשה לי ממש קשה.
לך.
כן.
זה קשה. זה קשה כי זה לא בעיתון. זה מאוד מוחשי. זה מאוד קרוב אליך. זה גם לא רק שזה מאוד קרוב אליך, זה גם מאוד קל לך להחליף את עצמך בסיטואציה.
In January 2016, a Palestinian teenager stabbed co-resident Michal Froman at the local thrift shop. She was 4 months pregnant at the time.
קודם שאלתי את אלוקים, כאילו למה...
Ew, gross, baby.
למה הוא דקר אותי? כאילו הוא... הרגשתי ש...
אבל קיבלת באמת גם מסרים אחרים מפלסטינים אחרי זה?
כן.
Settlements on Palestinians who are repressed as long as they are occupied. I wondered how they still choose to live here.
אני חשוב לי לחיות במדינה יהודית. חשוב לי. כשאני חורש את השדות שלי ואני לפעמים מוצא איזה חרס בשדה, כן, זה לוקח אותי למקומות שאני מאוד אוהב להיות בהם, שאני מרגיש שאני נמצא בארץ של יהודים, ולפני, כמו שלפני 2000 ו-2500 שנה היו פה...
So my mom legitimately locked me in one of those wards for 1 month. I'm extremely pissed about. It's her birthday tomorrow. Should I be nice and go to celebrate or FTB? Genuinely.
Well, I would... Yeah, so I would crash her stupid birthday party. Start a fight and maybe only leave until she calls the cops. 'Cause fuck that bitch. I would give her a fucking earful. That is super annoying. So that's what I would do, personally. If you're gonna bother to go to her party at all, I would give her an earful. Thanks for the donation, though, John, or Rando. John Turdka donated $2. Zerka drinks and smokes his life away. If he keeps this up, he's seriously going to become Fauzi 2.0, and his life is going to be in shambles. He needs to stay off the drugs. Well, he's not going to do that.
What?
Cocaine.
We don't do drugs.
I know, I'm bored as fuck.
I'm in favor of doing drugs. It is. Circus only fun on drugs. It is.
We're on. Listen, we got drugs right here. Who's got a
Please do
lighter?
not fucking like that.
Yeah, Zerka's a degenerate.
There's a drone recording us. Drone's on the way.
Oh!
Yo, get this off camera. Don't stop, don't stop. Bitch. No, bitch. Fucking pussy. You fucking pussy. There's a drone.
Zerk is a degenerate piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, John Turdka.
If grew up in Palestine, you would be a radicalized Hamas supporter and want to destroy Israel. It's the equivalent of a slave wanting to kill their owner or a farm animal wanting to kill an abusive farmer. Also, what do you think about Apple products?
I don't think I would be a Hamas supporter if I grew up in Palestine. I'm not retarded enough to do that. And Apple products are generally overpriced and not particularly good for what you're paying for. You can usually get comparable PC or Samsung products that are just better value for money or plain better performance. Thanks for that donation, though, Vulid.
יהודים, ובדיוק חרשו את השטח שאני חורש, וזה לא הגזמה מה שאני אומר, זה אחד לאחד. מצד שני, יש פה ערבים, יש פה הרבה ערבים, הם בני אדם כמו כולם. לכל האנשים יש זכויות מסוימות, וצריך לוודא שיהיה להם את זה. איך משלבים את כל זה בתוך העובדה שיש סכסוך מאוד מדמם, ואנשים נהרגים, וזה לא פשוט. וגם כשהם מסתכלים מסביב, הדברים הם קורעי לב. ישראל רק עשתה פה דברים כשהיא הייתה חייבת לעשות פה דברים. היה איום עליה, בוא נגיד. היא אף פעם לא עניין אותה לדאוג שלאנשים פה יהיו חיים טובים ותנאים מינימליים ובסיסיים וזכויות ודברים מהסוג הזה. הנה, אנחנו משלמים על זה עכשיו. הנקודה הכי בסיסית היא מדינת ישראל צריכה להחליט, או שהיא רוצה להכיל ריבונות על השטח הזה, או שהיא לא רוצה להכיל ריבונות. אם היא לא רוצה להכיל ריבונות, שתמסור אותו למישהו אחר.
הרבה מהאנשים פה, בייחוד הדור שגדל פה, רוצים פשוט לחיות פה. אני לא מכיר מקום אחר. נולדתי פה. זה המקום שאני חי בו, זה המקום שאני אוהב אותו. אני אוהב את הנוף, אני אוהב את האווירה, ואני רוצה לחיות פה.
Bad fudged only tellers, did you make Darren Chang cry when you roasted him in your speech at that veg thing? No, unfortunately I didn't. I'm pretty sure the guy's a narcissist. Speaking to him face to face, he's not a normal person. Pretty sure he actually suffers from narcissism. He's a real piece of shit. A real slimy scumbag piece of shit. And I fucking hate him. Thanks for the donation though, Fad Fudge.
מבינה, זאת אומרת, את ישראל בקטע שהיא לא תפנה עכשיו את כל ההתנחלויות. זה לא יקרה.
מה את חושבת שיהיה? או מה היית רוצה שיהיה?
קונפדרציה. זה אומר שאף אחד לא צריך ללכת לשום מקום, כאילו כל אחד יכול להמשיך לחיות איפה שהוא חי, תחת ריבונות או ישראלית או פלסטינאית. זהו, תנועה חופשית. מה שהייתי רוצה שיהיה, שכל האנשים במרחב הזה יחיו חיים טובים. זה שינוי תפיסה, כי התפיסה הייתה כל הזמן שמישהו צריך לוותר על משהו.
היה לי הרבה רוח ישר אחרי הפיגוע.
gross.
פה
Stupid baby.
עושים את השיעורי בית האלה שאני עשיתי פה.
בטוח
אתם,
שלא.
פה,
לא עושים, נכון?
לא שמים את עצמכם.
נכון.
גם לא שם הם פלסטינים להבין את הדברים שלהם. מבינים את זה שוב מנקודת הגובה הזאת שיש לכם עליהם, בעיניי.
כן? לא, את צודקת.
וגם, וזה מה שמאוד חבל לי, זה הנתק הזה בין השמאל לימין בארץ שיש עכשיו, שהוא בינינו אנחנו לא עושים את זה, כאילו.
נכון.
Yeah, it is a weird situation. Like, both sides are just remarkable assholes to each other.
I moved out of my house, and my parents would come to my house unannounced and claimed I was acting weird. My mom then called the cops to my house. 7x or so I was put in a psych ward 2x and lost my houses. They were jail cause I moved and had a nice house.
If that's actually what happened, I would want to burn your parents' house down. That is fucked beyond belief, dude. That is seriously fucked. I'd maybe consider suing them for damages because that's crazy. I would look for a lawyer who's willing to work, like, for free, but, you know, will get a percentage of the settlement. Like, that's crazy. Thanks for the donation, though, Rando. That sounds like insane jealousy to me. That's nuts. Let's see. Don't know if there's much else to watch.
Yo, God. Classic. Bro, fire.
Enthusiast owned.
Grog like fire. Grog like big noise. Make pop noise.
Grogno like eardrums.
Look at these cars while you guys tell me what's good or bad about them.
Poochie, tell us.
Poochie, you're the, what do you call a German enthusiast?
A wearaboo?
A wearaboo. No, not that. No, wearaboo, which is basically a but with
thing,
plausible deniability.
Yeah.
What you like about that E36 M3?
I like it. I mean, I have not driven the M3. Yeah, I've driven the Z3, Z3M, so similar chassis, S52.
Yeah,
yep.
These were the 52s.
I forgot you had the Z3. Man, you owned that thing so briefly that I keep forgetting that it even existed. Yes, he has BMW heritage now. BMW, I don't know what I want to say here, but yeah.
Actually, that was the second BMW that I've owned.
What was the first one?
I had a Z4M.
Okay. Big Z guy.
Big Z guy.
Big Z guy.
Oh, fuck's sake, man.
No, so yeah, S52, so what, 240 horsepower was the US spec. The Euro spec got the S50, which we wish we had because I don't know why BMW decided to hate the Americans. Just really solid, great mechanical driver. Every about
these days.
I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't, but they're just really fun, really good cars. They are, I honestly, like at this point now, I think you're almost better off getting an E46 just because these have started to become almost like, I think, the new E30, and they're just getting unobtainably expensive.
I believe it. They do appear to be going up, although this one's only at 13.2.
This one's, yeah,
303,000 miles on the chassis.
I see the description.
Yeah, and a salvage title.
Salvage title, clear coat, peeling, $13,200.
This guy can lick my balls.
All right, moving on.
Yo, yeah.
Trying to talk some shit. Discord.gg.
Near me with 202,000 miles for 15.8, which seems insane for a
Let's take a look at that.
E36 anything. It's clean looking,
Yo.
I like the wheels on these ones.
202,000 miles.
Oh, yeah,
There's your problem
those are
right there. And yeah, that's nice.
It still looks nice.
That's 16 grand. Like, I'd rather get an FRS for that money.
16 grand for an E36 doesn't seem unreasonable to me just because these are, like 30 years old. I mean, they're getting there. They're classic cars now. Nobody's buying this for the performance aspect explicitly anymore, I would hope.
No. Yeah, nobody's hitting me.
It scares me.
My FRS paint looked like that at any time I went.
You just had good wheel design.
They
right?
do.
TyVG. Anyways. My mom would change my doctor's appointments behind my back. Her and a doctor had me taking ADHD pills for 10 years, which is opposite for treating the issue and makes my actual anxiety 10x worse. Then she would steal my cigars and cologne.
Your mother's a fucking dumb bitch. Yeah, dude, I'd fuck your mom. Hard. Yeah, she sounds like a fucking absolute cunt. That sounds like she got jealous of you or something, and then wanted to fuck your life over. That's insane. Thanks for the donation, though, Rando. Dwayne Johnson donated $2. Can he possibly be natty? Let me see. I mean, anybody could be natty. He could be, but I think he's probably on something. I'd say he's likely on something. There's this... Yeah, okay, this guy's on drugs. There's this influencer trend in Africa where these dudes who are wealthy, who go to normal public gyms and shit, will go and do this crap where they'll find some shitty neighborhood, work out there, and then make it seem as though, oh, they're natural and they're just like working out, when no, like they're wealthy, they go to public gyms and shit, and they're on steroids. So yeah, this guy in particular, pretty sure he's on steroids. You can actually see he does have gynecomastia, and it looks like you can find in certain... it looks like his gynecomastia flares up, too. So I'd say that guy's probably not Natty. That Asian, or not, no, he's not Asian, some other dude. This guy is on gear for sure. Yeah, you can see the guy now. Yeah, not Natty. Not Natty. Thanks for the donation, though, Dwayne Johnson. John Turdka donate tellers. Yeah, Zerka is exactly like this one IRL streamer, Hampton Brandon, who streamed himself doing crazy shit back in the day and then suddenly lost views and got on fentanyl. Jesus.
What? What? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? What?
What a piece of shit.
Fuck niggers, white power. Fuck
You're fucking rude. I'm suing you. I'll sue you. I'll sue you.
Get off the bus. He's harassing me. Good, they called the cops.
I'm gonna sue you now.
Your video take me with
I know, I'm allowed to. We're in public. You know that. You fucked up all the way up now. You hit me. Stop my fight. Over now.
That guy is a piece of crap, and yeah, he's not too dissimilar from Zerka. Fuck that dipshit. Thanks for the nation, Turdka.
Here's some more Let's Talk facts. Free Gaza from Hamas and not the Free Palestine bullshit.
Free Gaza! Wait. Free Gaza from who? From Israel. You mean free Gaza from Hamas? No. Hamas is protecting them. Protecting who? The Palestinians from Israel. No, honey. Hamas is a radical terror organization. It's anti-West, anti-Semitic, who's committed to destroy Israel. Look it up. What? No. It's like the army of the Palestinians. He protects them. No, honey. He's actually using them as human shields. He's using them while Israel attacks Hamas targets to defend its country. Wait, so why have I been saying free Gaza all the time? I don't know, just add from Hamas and it'll be okay. Okay, free Gaza from Hamas. It makes sense. Free.
Based take. I think Gaza absolutely would be better off without Hamas. For sure. Thanks to the nation, bend over.
When I was in the psych ward, my only option was to move home. In the psych ward I was overdosed at 600 milligrams when my current dose is 100 milligrams. I tried saying I couldn't walk. They had a Hannibal Lecter chair where you could get locked in a room if you disobeyed rules.
I would probably fight the staff constantly and be so insanely pissed at everybody. I don't know if I could mentally tolerate a situation like that. Thanks for the donation, that question.
I never thought of actually saying this, but those people who kill seals are doing a service for other animals. Do you think I will get kicked out of my local vegan animal rights organization if I tell them that I eat seals and still consider myself vegan?
Yes, you will get kicked out of your animal rights org if you eat seals. Thanks for the donation, Antinatalist 47.
Here is a 1998 BMW M3 Coupe, 23.5, 20 hours ago, 138,000 miles, manual.
How is a fucking BMW from 1998 worth $23,000, dude?
Transmission, clean California title. I thought for sure this would be a salvage title, but it is paid off and it is a clean title. All original paint looks flawless. Black Vader seats in excellent condition. This car has never left California. Absolutely no rust. Everything works as it should. Car has a dine-in intake and dine-in chip. 23.5.
Clean.
They are good looking cars, man.
Yeah. Oh, I get it. I get the license plate now. Money man. Huh?
So is that what it says?
It says dine-in.
Money man. What?
Hey man, got any plans for Halloween? How was your double date with Turkey Tom? Did Jasmine end up going too? Play a spooky game like Luigi's Mansion 3.
Jasmine didn't end up coming, but yeah, it was cool hanging out with Tom. I was disappointed to find out that he's not going vegan. So he's a degenerate, carnist piece of shit. But, you know, I'll still be friends with him, but I am disappointed with his choices. Thanks for the donation, though, Spooky Candy. Appreciate it.
What?
Money,
I thought the D was an O. I thought the D was an O. My bad.
Give you a pass.
Yep, I'll give you a pass.
Hell yeah.
Those wheels are hot.
These are, I don't know about these
Bad
wheels.
pictures, man.
I like them.
BMW makes some great wheels, but these look like the trunk spare.
They do.
Nah, they look better than that. I disagree.
Oh man, that 4Runner looked nice until I saw the mileage. It's got standard 4Runner mileage.
What do you mean? That's normal.
That's what I'm saying. I want me a low mileage 4Runner.
Oh, like 150K?
Yeah, exactly. 23 hours ago, 1997, BMW M3 sedan, $17,000, 220,000 miles, clean Florida title, enthusiast owned.
Oh,
Red flag.
No.
I don't. That's a new adjective right there.
That's a new red flag.
Yeah.
Yeah. Enthusiast owned. You mean like driven hard.
Funny time.
Let me see, Josie.
Portuguese boxer gives Sam a free lesson.
I never did that with a guy. I swear. I never did what you did with a guy. Not with a guy. Not with a guy.
What you want to do?
With a beautiful woman. Boom! Babo de Mumu guy de Joe Bajau, de Soprasau, go bow. You have to go. Take your fucking cigarette and get out. Go. Go away.
Okay.
You gotta go. You gotta go.
You
You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go. I'm not Mexican either. I'm Portuguese. You gotta go. Dunkin' Donuts. Boom. Hash browns. You gotta go. You conquered the world on your sailing ships. You enslaved everybody. You gotta go to Fall River. That's my dad. Dad, remember when you taught me about falling down like a fucking idiot?
What the fuck was that? Dude.
Let's do that hook here. Alright. So when I hit you, it's gonna hit you with the impact of every Chinese person in the world at once. Do you understand? Yeah. Don't be scared. It's just every Chinese person in the world's anger in one attack. This next one, this is gonna hit with the force of a Mitsubishi Eclipse full of Laotians. Just warm up.
Bad Fudge Donny Tellers. Does Jasmine have merch? No, she does not, unfortunately. Like fresh worm buns, stuff for sale, I will buy. No, unfortunately she doesn't. That might be something to consider doing. But thanks for the donation, Fad Fudge. Appreciate it.
You know, I'm not really in the mood for this anymore. I thought I was. And that's all set for the next person to enjoy.
Yeah, they got cookies here.
Here, have them.
See? Yeah, they got cookies here.
I like doing blood play.
All right.
Yeah.
All right,
Do a
try it.
shot. Oh, do a shot. Orange is
Flavor
like
are
pumpkin. This side right here, the orange is like pumpkin. But the orange is like pumpkin. The sprinkles have a they're either chocolate.
What's this?
Blood. You want one? They're really good. Can we do blood play? Well, the sprinkles here that you can see are either chocolate or blood play.
Is that red 40?
Huh? Well, I'm in here in the voiceover booth today. Just getting some work done.
Getting it done one step at a time, the old-fashioned way. Cyberpunk 2077 lied to you. The future is all right here in the ebook, okay? If this stuff fails to come true, what has been prophesied in this book, I will personally refund you your money. Buying this book is like buying a golden ticket. It's like going to a TED Talk. It's like listening to 1,000 podcasts all at the same time. You can't go wrong. Hey, let's go on a trip to the future together. Look at these pages in here. Oh my goodness, it's...
It's gonna be so good. Let's unbox it.
Does the poop of your dog and cat still stink after you put them on a vegan diet? Did you ever made someone really pissed when you told them that one can still be vegan while eating carnivore animals?
I know some people were pissed when I said that, for sure. Some. Yeah, so when we adopted our dogs and our cat, their poop did improve in smell after they were on a vegan diet. Not nearly as stinky. Thanks for the donation, Antinatalist 47. Kid Boo donated $2. Instagram. Let me see. Cycling in the middle of the road. That guy who rammed into the cyclist did it intentionally, and he was a principal at a local high school. Cunt. Absolute fucking cunt. I would have tracked that guy down and fucking beat the fuck out of him.
A racist country. But America's true problem is that they won't shut up about racism. If I walked down the street and was attacked by a purple man, and then I walked down the street 2 months later and was attacked by a purple man, when I next walk past a purple man, I will be intimidated by said purple man. That's not racism, that's pattern recognition. On some level, humans are always going to be racist to some degree. You ever say to somebody, hey, why are you angry? You seem pissed off. Why are you so angry all the time? Why are you mad? And after an hour, you're actually like pissed off. You make it come true. It's the same. Why are you
That is not how racism works.
racist? You're racist. But this is done on purpose. You need all the people at the bottom infighting. Otherwise, they're going to wake up and look up and go, oh, these few people are screwing all millions of us. I don't think...
Yeah, that's not how that works. Retarded conspiratorial bullshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
Wow, this is so amazing. If you look closely...
Current mass shooter that's on the loose Twitter account was screenshotted before his shit was suspended. He followed Elon and a MAGA account and retweeted a cat turd Schizo post about the deep state rigging elections. Schizoid vet who apparently heard voices.
Thank fuck they screenshotted his account. I'm sure Elon Musk would love to deny that schizoid fucking mass shooter wackos follow him. Thanks for the donation, though, Darth Putin. Anti-Natalist 47 donated $2. Another reason to hate Pakistan. Let me see. Smoking dead scorpions to get high is practice in Pakistan. Users crush the scorpions into powder and mix with tobacco or hash. The high lasts around 10 hours. That sounds like a very bad idea. I'm not against killing scorpions. They seem like horrible, awful creatures, but yeah, that can't be good for you. Thanks for the donation, though, Antinatalist 47.
This is a special way Sam take off his hat.
Combat boots! Yummy shit!
Trying to get on there and build for 2020.
Your dream for the longest time was to have a Kawasaki H2. Have you ever...
Flippin' shit, donate $2. May this bring you happiness, great one. Let me see. What the fuck? It's hilarious when fat people can do things. Alright.
Testing out his skills on the scooter. Oh! The super...
That wasn't very smart. Shit. Let's see that again. That looks like it would have hurt. Bruh. Not sure if that was the bike making that noise.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, let's go!
Yeah, that guy's clearly too fat. Thanks for that donation, flipping shit.
You ever ridden a motorcycle before? Once? I never. Was it a dirt bike?
Sam Hyde got a guy who never rode a motorcycle before and put him on an H2. Holy shit.
Is this abuse? My mom would cheat on my dad. And my dad would upload porn on the family computer and jerk it every day after work for an hour. He would make fun of me for having figures and would rage during football games and break my figures and items.
Yes, that is definitely abuse. Thanks for that donation, oink. LDDD.
Yeah, I've been biking when I was like 14. Do you think? Easy.
Bruh.
Oh, shit.
Dude, what a crazy...
Dude, that bike is nuts. I'm really glad with my purchase.
How do you feel about your first bike ride?
I'm excited to start riding, bro. It's gonna be a learning curve for sure.
I think that guy's sprinkler got 2 drops of water on it. I gotta go polish this thing. Don't touch it. Don't look at it wrong. Just scratch it.
What the fuck?
Mommy just brought back food for me. I can't wait to see what it is. Oh, generic diner food? Yummy shit! I love yummy shit! Gourmet! Healthy! Thanks. Thanks for bringing my food. Really appreciate it. Very thought-provoking. Like you couldn't have gone to Starbucks and gotten a spinach wrap. I guess I'll eat these fucking potatoes! With butter! You must really love me to take care of me like this for bringing me crystal potatoes!
That is weird.
I told you once, I told you twice. The Candyman, he don't play nice. Men from Ireland, we don't back down. We'll turn your smile into a frown. Jump for joy, and come, my friends, to the pot of gold at Rainbow's End. Sugar me biscuits dollop the eyes. Candyman speaking with butter of pride. Caramel gloves cut through skin of lies. When Candyman sweeten the death of Dorai.
Did you get that? Wait.
What's up, guys? I'm very excited to announce new Hyde-based internet IP. Guys, oh man, I'm super excited to announce new initiative here on this page. Don't move a muscle. Check it out. Stay on here. Shortcuts. Have it on your phone. Y'all been asking for it. Sammy delivers. Hyde. Yo, we got some of the biggest booty luscious babes. Yo, we got real BBBBL coming your way right now. Jigalicious. Yo, check it out. Oh, look at that booty. Oh, I think I'm in love. I might have to wife that up. We got Mercedes, Alexis, Giselle. Damn, I think Daddy Zoo. Check it out. Piston. Star. Damn, Star, you keep that on wet. Ruffian. Secretariat.
Yo.
We gotta film this. Quick.
Let's do it.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah. The shirts are here!
Whoa.
They're finally here! I can't wait to get my hands on this! Yes! Oh, this is going to a cancer patient. This one is custom made for a cancer patient. Timothy!
Valued customers, Baker.
This has to be slammed. Clean up, Laker! Yo, what's up, dude? Past weekend, Mondo Palooza.
My dad also grabbed me, my brother and cousin by the nuts one time. He'd curse every day. He'd say, "I'll squeeze your head till juice pops out." Got my cuz Playboys as his uncle for his b-day. Laughs about uncles sexual abusers name. Old-fashioned humor or grooming.
I'd say that's grooming. Thanks for the donation underneath.
Who's a kid? If you weren't there, you're a fat. We had Christ Dillinger, Metallica, AC/DC, Joey, Big Flame. Busta Rhymes was there. Jet Neptune, Designer, doing the Panda song. Andy Dick was there doing everybody's favorite party activity, feeling up guys as a joke. Wife was there, kid. Exquisite.
Alright, I think it's about time to play some video games. Let's play some Spider-Man 2, and rage at the game for having shitty fucking missions that waste your goddamn time. But we've leveled up a fair bit. We should be able to get through quite a few story missions without having to grind. So we'll try doing that. Spooderman. Spooderman does whatever a spooder does. Spins a spoot like a spooder.